to market economies. And our record in whether EBRD could help and invest in their countries as well. So for the last 5 years, we've also been working in the Middle East and North Africa, in MENA. And since 2012, we've invested over 5 billion euros in more than 120 projects in Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, and Tunisia. And it's no secret that we soon expect Lebanon to become a shareholder and a country of operations. And I'm certain that that list of countries in which the EBRD operates in this region will continue to grow. Now, central to the EBRD's mandate is what our founding document defined as a promotion of private and entrepreneurial initiative. At least 60% of EBRD's lending has to be in the private sector, although we also do work very, very closely with the governments of our countries of operations, especially in the field of public-private partnerships. Now, within the countries in the MENA region where we invest, already 75% of our lending is to the private sector. So why this emphasis? Why this emphasis on the private sector-led development in MENA? Well, actually for many reasons, but particularly because the region faces two major challenges very specific to this region that cannot be solved without the private sector playing the leading role. One challenge is, of course, demographic, in the shape of the region's youth bulge. A very well-known World Bank study concluded that the region will need to create about 6 million new jobs each year simply to absorb new labour market entrants and bring down unemployment, especially among young people. The other challenge, and this one is, of course, twinned employment. In Egypt, just as an example, these dual challenges have now combined to create the situation where youth unemployment currently stands at 37%. So who's going to create the sustainable, productive jobs that will provide work for the generations of tomorrow? Now, of course, the state, the informal private sector, they do have a role, but they're not the answer. Neither has the potential to deliver the growth or the productivity gains that are required. The state sector provides security, of course, to those who work in it, but rarely the dynamism, the innovation that the wider economy needs. And firms in the informal private sector are simply too small to achieve economies of scale and scope. So instead, I truly believe we need to look at the formal private sector to generate inclusive growth and enhanced productivity. And beyond that, to raise living standards for all, to boost stability and provide a credible alternative to economic migration. Now, potential for growth from the private sector in MENA is certainly there, but it does face barriers to further expansion. I think we can dismantle these barriers to progress. In fact, we're doing just that in the countries where we're already investing. But I can also base my remarks on an excellent enterprise survey and report on what's holding back the private sector in MENA. This is a survey that we worked on recently together with the European Investment Bank and the World Bank. This survey drew on the responses to questions that we asked of some 6,000 firms in the formal private sector. So it was very, very comprehensive. And I think you should also note that the geographical reach of this survey was much broader than the 4 countries in which EBRD works currently in the region. It included Djibouti, it included Lebanon, it included the West Bank and Gaza, and Yemen, as well as the 4 countries, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, and Jordan, where EBRD is now active. And the comparative size of the many barriers to private sector development in the MENA region, of course, will vary from year to year, but the overall list has stayed fairly constant. So let's go through that list. One is corruption, experienced directly by firms themselves or in the perception of the political system. In the survey, in some countries, more than 50% of companies identified corruption as an impediment to their work. Fear of corruption is probably a factor in explaining why firms from those countries interact with the governments and engage in public transactions far less than those in peer economies. They try to avoid government. Now, we've organized already anti-money laundering training in Tunisia to help fight the problem. But frankly, this is just a tip of the iceberg. We need to do a lot more to tackle this problem. Another one of the major obstacles to private sector development in this region has been political instability. Although, of course, now in some of our countries, this is less of a problem today than it was a few years back. Enhancing political stability, combating corruption, of course, these sometimes go hand in hand. And we've made considerable progress in many of EBRD's countries of operation: transparency, improving governance, enhancing competition, and in securing a better balance between the state and the private sector. For example, the EBRD set up investment councils, platforms for dialogue between businesses and the governments about policy reform in many countries, and we're going to try and do the same here in the MENA region. A third area is the unreliable supplies of electricity. This is another phenomenon which stifles the growth of the private sector, but it's an area too where we've seen improvement in recent times. What made this so acute a problem in the past was a rapid expansion of demand for power, distorting subsidies, inefficiencies due to state control of the power sector, and lack of adequate investment. Now, we in EBRD, we've been a pioneer in the financing of renewable energy in this region, most recently in supporting solar plants in Jordan. I'd also mention our stake in the privately owned Kaladi wind farm in Morocco, boosting the country's renewable energy output, reducing its greenhouse gas emissions. In general, we can see the way that the private sector is acting as a catalyst for one of the great transformations of our times, increasing investments in renewables and energy efficiency. And I think the MENA region already produces some of the cheapest renewable energy in the region, so there's a good answer to that obstacle. The potential to do much more. Now, another obstacle undermining private sector growth in this region is poor access to finance, especially the difficulties that SMEs, as opposed to the larger firms, encounter in trying to raise loans. Indeed, the evidence suggests that many private sector firms have already, in a way, reconciled themselves to this state of affairs. They've sort of stopped bothering to even open checking accounts or savings accounts. Now, the banks that dominate the financial sector seem to have adopted a very cautious approach in this region towards credit, based on traditional lending technologies and rather conservative practices. Now, all over the EBRD region, we've been active in supporting SMEs in their efforts to grow and raise the finance that they need. Women's economic participation in this region is particularly low, as we know, and as elsewhere, I think we need to work hard at helping to boost the economic power of female entrepreneurs. So in Egypt, I'm very proud of our Women in Business program. This provides a comprehensive package of financial and technical support for women who are starting up or expanding their companies. And on-lending to SMEs through local banks is a major theme of EBRD's work in this area. Only last year, we unveiled a $140 million package for Egypt's QNB Al Ali Bank for on-lending to SMEs and energy efficiency projects. This is another way in which we're supporting the development of the private sector. Another obstacle to private sector growth in this region is the skills gap that we see in the workforce. The education systems are turning out young people, quite frankly, without the skills that the market needs. The focus within higher education seems to be on passing exams so as to land jobs in the public sector. Technical, vocational education, training suitable for private sector jobs are too low a priority, far too low. At the same time, in the workplace, training on the job is poor, if it exists at all. According to the survey, skills shortages seem to be of particular concern for those firms with the highest potential for growth and the highest share of university-educated employees. So we in EBRD, we've been involved in training and job matching young people in the retail and hospitality sectors in Jordan and are eager to do much more of the same in the other countries in the region. And lastly, we're working hard to remove the obstacles that the private sector faces in expanding trade and exports and to ease restrictions on the way companies can enter and exit markets and on foreign investment. And we can do this through our work on promoting the cause of economic integration, supporting trade, and covering the risks associated with it, but also by investing in infrastructure which brings our countries of operations and their regions much, much closer together. The more trade, the higher the value of imports and exports, the more we see productivity and competitiveness grow. Excessive red tape, we all know about that. That prevents firms from realizing the full potential of export markets, makes it much harder to import crucial production inputs. And as a result, these firms, they stay less productive than they could have been with better access to international markets. And foreign direct investment, the great advantage of it, brings not only more funds and better technology, but also more effective management techniques as well. So we need to really help surmount that obstacle too. So taking those obstacles together, ladies and gentlemen, these obstacles to private sector growth in the MENA region, I think they could sound quite daunting. But actually, I'm pretty optimistic about the chances of dismantling these obstacles bit by bit, including, of course, through EBRD's own investment and policy work on the ground. I base that optimism on the readiness with which national governments and entrepreneurs are moving to remedy these problems themselves. Of course, there's a long way to go. Of course, the governments and the entrepreneurs need to work harder at it, push even more to dismantle these obstacles. But I'm optimistic, and I base that also on the EBRD's track record in achieving similar goals in other countries. We've had a bit of a head start, of course, elsewhere. Many of our other countries of operations are now converging with the levels and standards of advanced economies. And ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that what I've done today is convey to you the strength of my belief in the private sector in the MENA region. The formal private sector is the region's main engine for growth and for job creation. We know its potential is there. Our optimism about our role in the development of the MENA private sector really rests on very sound foundations, the foundations of our own record and expertise in this area over the 25 years of our existence. But we didn't do all this on our own. We needed help, and we will need your support in this region in the years ahead. We need ideas, we need entrepreneurs, and we need bankable projects to invest in. And of course, fundamentally, we need the active engagement of reforming governments and co-investors and donors to help make things happen. But we look forward to working together with you on this most exciting of ventures. Thank you very much.
حضورنا الكريم، جلستنا التالية بعنوان مشاريع مبتكرة في إنتاج الكهرباء والمياه وتحسين الكفاءة مع السعادة سعيد الطاير العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي لهيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Innovation Electricity and Water Generation Projects to Improve Efficiency by His Excellency Saeed Al-Tayr, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Dubai Electricity and Water Authority. Please welcome him.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أتواجد بينكم اليوم ضمن فعاليات القمة العالمية للحكومات تحت شعار استشراف حكومات المستقبل، وترعاها هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي كشريك الطاقة المستدامة. كلنا ندرك أهمية الطاقة في حياتنا، لكن هل تدركون الآثار المترتبة لفقر الطاقة على التنمية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية لدول العالم؟ تلعب الطاقة دورا محوريا في حياة كل فرد منا، فهي محورية لكن لكل تحدي يواجه العالم اليوم، وتؤثر في كافة مناحي الحياة من فرص العمل والأمن والتغير المناخي وتنوع مصادر الدخل والتنمية المستدامة. فوفق تقرير استشراف المستقبل الذي أطلقته أكاديمية دبي للمستقبل في دافوس سويسرا مطلع هذا العام، فإن 1,300,000 شخص محروم من الكهرباء، بينما يعاني العالم من الآثار الناجمة عن 40 مليار طن من غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون تساهم في رفع درجة الحرارة نتيجة ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري. وفيما باتت هذه القضايا محور نقاشات حكومات العالم لضمان أمن الطاقة واستدامتها لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة بتوفير طاقة آمنة ومستدامة وبتكلفة ميسورة في متناول الجميع، بادرت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بخطوات سباقة إلى وضع وتنفيذ استراتيجيات وخطط للتحول نحو الطاقة المتجددة لتستحوذ بذلك النصيب الأكبر في مزيج الطاقة، إضافة إلى رفع كفاءة استهلاك الطاقة وإدارة الطلب عليها بفضل النظرة الاستشرافية للمستقبل لقيادتها الرشيدة المتمثلة في سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ خليفة بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وأخيه سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله، على الرغم من أن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة واحدة من أكبر الدول المنتجة للنفط في العالم. وتحضرني هنا مقولة سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم رعاه الله: المستقبل لا يأتي إلينا بل نحن من نستشرفه. وكلمات صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد ولي عهد أبو ظبي نائب القائد الأعلى للقوات المسلحة التي رسمت ملامح مستقبل بلا نفط في دولة الإمارات، حينما أشار إلى الاستعدادات المبكرة في الدولة لوداع آخر قطرة نفط. تؤمن قيادتنا الرشيدة أن ترجمة سياستنا المستقبلية ستعتمد على إنتاج أفكار المبدعة وتطوير الحلول المبتكرة بسواعد أبناء الإمارات، الثروة الحقيقية التي راهنت عليها الدولة. وقد باتت هذه الرؤى منهاج عمل حكومي واضح لمواكبة متطلبات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والوصول إلى حكومة المستقبل، فالتغييرات والتطورات والابتكارات المتسارعة والهائلة مثل إنترنت الأشياء والذكاء الاصطناعي والروبوتات باتت مترابطة ومتصلة بشكل وثيق بالتنمية المستدامة. السادة الحضور، دولتنا تذخر اليوم وبكل فخر بإنجازات عالمية وتسابق العالم والزمن في تبني الابتكار بهدف تحقيق سعادة مواطنيها، انسجاماً مع رؤية الإمارات 2021 وخطة دبي 2021. وفي دبي لدينا نظرة شمولية لقطاع الطاقة تراعي معالجة مسائل أمن الطاقة واستدامتها وكفاءتها وترشيد استهلاكها، وتساهم في تحقيق أهداف استراتيجية الإمارات للطاقة 2050 التي أعلنها صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم رعاه الله لرفع مساهمة الطاقة النظيفة إلى 50% بحلول عام 2050، كما تهدف استراتيجية دبي للطاقة النظيفة 2050 إلى توفير 7% طاقة نظيفة من مصادر الطاقة، و25% بحلول 2030 و75% بحلول 2050، وتحويل دبي إلى مركز عالمي للطاقة النظيفة والاقتصاد الأخضر، لتكون الإمارة ضمن المرتبة الأولى عالمياً بين المدن الأقل في البصمة الكربونية. كما نسعى لتحقيق استراتيجية إدارة الطلب على الطاقة والمياه لخفض استهلاك الطاقة والمياه بنسبة 30% بحلول 2030، واستراتيجية خفض الانبعاثات الكربونية التي تهدف إلى خفض هذه الانبعاثات بنحو 16% بحلول 2021. وقد ساهم اهتمام الإمارات بإنتاج الطاقة المتجددة في تراجع تكلفتها عالمياً وانخفاض أسعار مناقصات مشاريع الطاقة الشمسية وطاقة الرياح في أوروبا والشرق الأوسط إلى مستويات غريبة جداً من تلك المخصصة في إنتاج الطاقة الحرارية باستخدام الفحم، وفق دراسة يابانية حديثة نشرتها مؤسسة نيكاي الاقتصادية. السادة الحضور، عرفت الأمم المتحدة التنمية المستدامة بالتنمية التي تلبي احتياجات الحاضر دون المساس بقدرة الأجيال المقبلة على تلبية احتياجاتها الخاصة. ولقد أدركت دبي أهمية الموازنة بين التحول نحو مصادر الطاقة المتجددة والبديلة وتلبي الطلب الآني والمستقبلي على الطاقة من خلال ابتكار طرق وتقنيات حديثة وكفؤة لتعزيز أمن وكفاءة الطاقة. ونجحت دبي خلال الأعوام القليلة الماضية أن ترتقي بموقعها العالمي عبر إطلاق مشاريع ومبادرات وخطط عمل رائدة في قطاع الطاقة النظيفة. واليوم ها هي هيئة الكهرباء مياه دبي تحقق إنجازات ونتائج ومؤشرات أداء متميزة متفوقة على نظيرتها من الشركات العالمية. ففي عام 2016 بلغ معدل انقطاع الكهرباء لكل مشترك سنوياً 3.2 دقيقة مقارنة مع 15 دقيقة لدى نخبة من الشركات الأوروبية والأمريكية. وانخفض نسبة الفاقد في شبكات نقل وتوزيع الكهرباء إلى 3.3% مقارنة مع 7 إلى 6% في أوروبا وأمريكا. وحققت خفضاً في الفاقد في شبكات نقل وتوزيع المياه إلى من 42% عام 1988 إلى 8% في عام 2016، وهي أيضاً من أقل النسب المسجلة على مستوى العالم. وتم رفع كفاءة الوقود في وحدات الإنتاج إلى مستوى قياسي عالمياً يصل إلى نحو 90% حالياً. ونسير قدماً في تنفيذ مجمع محمد بن راشد للطاقة الشمسية الذي يعد أكبر مشروعات الطاقة الشمسية في العالم في موقع واحد وفق نظام المنتج المستقل، وسيوفر 25% من إجمالي القدرة الإنتاجية للطاقة بحلول 2030، وستبلغ قدرته الإنتاجية 5000 ميجاوات بحلول 2030. وعند اكتماله سيسهم في تخفيض أكثر من 6.5 مليون طن من انبعاثات الكربون سنوياً. السيدات والسادة، إن ما تحقق من إنجازات على مستوى الدولة والعالم مدعاة للفخر واعتزاز، ولكن لا نركن إلى الإنجازات التي تحققتها. ويسعدني أن نعلن أمام جمعكم الكريم عن عدد من المشروعات الكبرى المبتكرة في مجال إنتاج الكهرباء والماء وتحسين كفاءتها التي تساهم في تحقيق وفر مالي تراكمي في دبي يصل إلى 60 مليار درهم، وخفض انبعاثات ثاني أكسيد الكربون بمقدار 200 مليون طن بحلول عام 2030. في دبي نحصل حالياً على المياه المحلاة عن طريق الإنتاج المزدوج Combined Cycle Cogeneration Plant الذي يتسم بالكفاءة ويعتمد على استخدام الحرارة المفقودة أثناء إنتاج الكهرباء وتحلية المياه، حيث يتم إنتاج 67% من المياه دون حرق وقود إضافي. لكنه وفق الاستراتيجية الموضوعة فإن 100% من إنتاج دبي من المحلاة عام 2030 سيأتي من مزيج الطاقة النظيفة الذي يجمع بين مصادر الطاقة المتجددة والاعتماد على استخدام الحرارة المفقودة، الأمر الذي سيجعل دبي تتجاوز الهدف المحدد عالمياً فيما يتعلق باستخدام الطاقة النظيفة في تحلية المياه. وفي إطار تطوير مستمر قامت الهيئة بدراسة لتحسين إنتاج المياه بيّنت الجدوى الفنية والاقتصادية لاستبدال الحلول التي ترتكز على الحرارة المرتفعة MSF لتحلية المياه البحر باستخدام أحدث التقنيات التناضح العكسي RO والاعتماد على الطاقة الشمسية، حيث يتم إنتاج المياه من خلال هذه الطاقة النظيفة والرخيصة. ومن المتوقع أن تصل القدرة الإنتاجية لاستخدام تقنية التناضح العكسي إلى 305 مليون جالون يومياً من المياه الحالة يومياً بحلول عام 2030 بارتفاع يصل إلى 41% مقارنة ب5% من إجمالي الإنتاج في وقتنا الحالي، وذلك مع الأخذ بعين الاعتبار أن القدرة الإنتاجية للمياه المحلاة سترتفع لسنة 2030 لتصل 750 مليون جالون يومياً مقارنة ب470 مليون جالون يومياً حالياً. كما أن زيادة الكفاءة التشغيلية لفصل عملية تحلية المياه عن إنتاج الكهرباء سيوفر ما يقارب 13 مليار درهم لهذه الغاية حتى 2030. ولمزيد من التكامل مع هذا النهج قامت الهيئة خلال الأعوام الماضية بمبادرة متميزة تمثلت بالدراسة والتحليل الهندسي والاستقصاء الميداني الجيوفيزيائي والهيدرولوجي وحفر الآبار الاستكشافية وآبار المراقبة للتأكد من إمكانية حقن وتخزين المياه المحلاة المنتجة من وحدات التناضح العكسي التي يجري تشغيلها من الطاقة الشمسية في أحواض المياه الجوفية واسترجاعها وإعادة ضخها إلى شبكة المياه عند الحاجة. ويعتمد هذا المشروع على أحدث التقنيات المبتكرة ويحقق الكفاءة التشغيلية لأنظمة المياه. وقد بيّنت الدراسات أنه بالإمكان تخزين 5100 مليون جالون واسترجاعها عند الحاجة، مما سيحقق وفراً يصل إلى 9 مليار درهم بكلفة استخدام الخزانات الخرسانية العادية لتخزين المياه لغاية عام 2030. كما توفر هذه التقنية مخزوناً استراتيجياً يمد الإمارة بحوالي 50 مليون جالون من المياه لمدة 75 يوم في حالة الطوارئ، مع ضمان سلامة المياه المخزنة من التأثيرات الخارجية. وبهذا تكون هاتان المبادرتان المتكاملتان قد نجحتا برفع مستوى الكفاءة والفعالية في إنتاج المياه بأفضل وأحدث الطرق وأكثرها ملائمة لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. في نفس الوقت حققنا وفراً اقتصادياً دون أن يتأثر مستوى الإنتاج أو جودته، حيث يصل الوفر إلى أكثر من 22 مليار درهم أي حوالي 6 مليارات دولار حتى عام 2030، بالإضافة إلى المساعدة في استيعاب الإنتاج الكبير للطاقة الكهربائية من الطاقة الشمسية. ولتعزيز هذه المبادرات وتحسين المستمر من ناحية زيادة الكفاءة والفعالية وانسجاماً مع مبادرة القيادة الرشيدية لا سيما الإمارات ما بعد النفط ومبادرة اقتصاد أخضر لتنمية مستدامة والاستراتيجية الوطنية للابتكار مواكبة الثورة الصناعية الرابعة واستفادة من التقنيات الإحلالية وغيرها، نتبنى في الهيئة أفضل الممارسات العالمية في البحوث والتطوير في مجالات إنتاج ونقل وتوزيع الكهرباء والمياه وتقديم خدمات عالمية على مستوى لتعزيز جودة الحياة وتحقيق سعادة المجتمع. ونعمل حالياً على إنشاء مركز البحوث والتطوير في مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم بمجموع استثمارات تصل إلى 500 مليون درهم حتى عام 2020. وتتمحور أعمال المركز حول 4 مجالات تشغيلية رئيسية: إنتاج الكهرباء من الطاقة الشمسية، وتكامل الشبكة الذكية، وكفاءة الطاقة. ويضم المركز مختبرات داخلية تشمل على مختبر بحوث الطائرات بدون طيار والطباعة الرباعية والطباعة ثلاثية الأبعاد، كما تضم مختبر الإلكترونيات وكفاءة استخدام الطاقة، مختبر البرمجيات والمختبر الكهربائي والميكانيكي، ومنطقة خارجية مخصصة لاختبار النماذج الأولية والاختبارات الموقعية للمعدات والتقنيات الجديدة، لا سيما تلك المتعلقة بإزالة آثار الغبار على الألواح الشمسية الكهربائية، في مسعى يلبي طموحنا في الإنتاج النظيف للكهرباء وتقليل تكاليف التشغيل. كما يعمل مركز الابتكار في مجمع على صقل القدرات الوطنية في مجال الطاقة وتعزيز تنافسية الأعمال في الدولة عبر حاضنات تقوم بابتكار نماذج وحلول تقنية وتطوير تقنيات الطاقة المتجددة. وفي إطار تنويع مصادر الطاقة والاعتماد على مصادر الطاقة النظيفة المتجددة، أعلنت الهيئة عن مشروع حيوي استراتيجي يشمل إنشاء محطة توليد الكهرباء بالطاقة المائية المخزنة في المنطقة الجبلية المجاورة لسد حتى، بالإضافة إلى عدة مشاريع تنموية أخرى في المنطقة سيجري الانتهاء منها خلال 5 سنوات. وبعد هذا المشروع الأول من نوعه في المنطقة الخليج العربي بقدرة إنتاجية تصل إلى 250 ميجاوات وبعمر افتراضي يتراوح بين 60 و80 عاماً. السيدات والسادة، إنني على ثقة أن القمة العالمية للحكومات سيكون لها دور مؤثر في استشراف ملامح قطاع الطاقة المستقبلي والتطورات الكبيرة التي سيشهدها، ونحن في الدولة مستعدون لهذه النقلات النوعية، معتمدين على الابتكار وتبني التقنيات الإحلالية، إضافة إلى إعداد جيل مواطن مؤهل قادر على مواكبة المستقبل. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
ما هو مستقبل الطاقة النووية؟ سؤال وموضوع جلستنا التالية ومحاورها سعادة حمد الكعبي السفير الدائم لدولة الإمارات لدى الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية. What is the future of nuclear energy? A question in both the subject of the session at hand, moderated by His Excellency Hamad Al-Ka'bi, the permanent representative of the UAE in the International Atomic Energy Agency. Please welcome him.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in this session we have very distinguished speakers. On my left, His Excellency Yukiya Amano, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and we have also Philippe Jamet, who is a former commissioner of the French nuclear safety regulator and longtime expert when it comes to safety and regulatory frameworks. Climate change is one of the most important environmental challenges that's facing the world today. Nuclear power can and is actually contributing significantly to reduce the gas emissions. Today, with the first commercial nuclear power station started back in the 1950s, we have 440 nuclear power reactors around the world operating in 31 countries with capacity providing more than 11% of electricity globally. The accident in Fukushima nuclear power plant back in 2011 caused public anxiety and raised, in certain cases, fundamental questions in terms of the future of nuclear power. But however, almost 6 years after the accident, it's clear that today nuclear energy continues to be an important option for many countries and continue to operate nuclear power plants around the world. In 2015, almost 30 member states of the IAEA were actively considering or planning nuclear power programs. Today, the nuclear power capacity worldwide is increasing steadily with over 60 reactors actually under construction in 15 countries, including 4 in the United Arab Emirates here in the UAE. If I could start with you, Mr. Amano, where do you see the future prospects and trends in nuclear power in terms of use globally?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important conference. IAEA is making estimates every year on the future of nuclear power generation, and it shows that there would be significant increase of the use of nuclear power up to 2030 and beyond. Our latest estimates states that in a lowest scenario, there will be 2% increase. At the highest scenario, there would be 56% of increase in the use of nuclear power by 2030. And as you rightly mentioned, the countries that are considering the increase of nuclear power states that climate change is one of the strongest reasons for the use of nuclear power.
Mr. Jamet, if I could follow up on that question, in terms of the, what's your view on the current challenges or current capabilities when it comes to the nuclear regulatory frameworks and nuclear safety measures globally?
Thank you first again for inviting me for this summit. It's very impressive to be here and in such a nice audience. First, I'll speak as a regulator, and as a regulator, you know, I'm not part of the decision of energy mix or energy policy, but of course, I'm very much concerned with the future of nuclear safety. And to be a bit more pessimistic, I would say that if I look at facts, during the 40 last years, there were 3 major nuclear accidents: PMI, Chernobyl, Fukushima. This is quite a high frequency. And I think this calls for modesty because in none of these accidents there was any warning. The day before those accidents, everybody believed that nuclear safety was achieved. And so we never can avoid bad surprises. So I think we have to be modest in our prediction, and we also have to be very careful. And I think, of course, this means that all of us, all the key players in nuclear energy, have to strive a lot for continuous improvement. And there are, of course, many areas where continuous improvement can be done and should be done, and this is from institutional point of view, like the regulatory or organizational framework, but also technical. And I think we'll have occasions to mention this further in this speech.
Mr. Armano, you mentioned that there are more than 30 countries are actually interested or planning to develop a nuclear power program, and these are actually formal interests that expressed to the IAEA by these countries. In your view, what are the main challenges for these countries embarking on nuclear power in terms of the development, in terms of planning, but also the successful deployment of nuclear power?
There are a number of challenges. As Mr. Jame mentioned, the safety is a very serious issue. But I would say after Fukushima Daiichi accident, safety culture has strengthened a lot. And nowadays, after Fukushima Daiichi accident, the concept of safety first is widely accepted. But coming back to your question, what are the challenges? I would say social acceptance is one of the most important issues. I have seen many nuclear power plants and examined the plans. There were some delays because of technical reasons. But the delay by the lack of social acceptance is very long, and in some cases, the project failed because of the lack of social acceptance. So a gradual, transparent approach is very important to enhance the social acceptance. Financing is also important, but new ways are being developed for the financing. And last point, capacity building. Your country is very successful in training nuclear professionals, but I say public acceptance, financing, and capacity buildings are the main challenges in embarking on nuclear power.
Okay. Mr. Jamet, when it comes to nuclear safety, for newcomer countries that are interested in nuclear power, what are the main challenges in your view?
Well, I think first I agree with what DG Amano said, and I support very much what IAEA is doing, in particular in the field of safety. And actually for newcomers country, it's not only buying a nuclear power plant and have someone operating this nuclear power plant safely. I think in the safety area, there is a need for a huge investment in terms of the overall framework for safety, which is legal or regulatory, and also technical, because I don't think a country can go for nuclear without acquiring the necessary technical competence. And let me just illustrate one point, which is that if a country goes for nuclear, this country has to prepare for emergency preparedness. Nobody can exclude that a severe accident will never happen or will happen. And so the country has to prepare for this. And this is not only the operator and the regulator that will be solicited in such a case. You will have civil security, you will have firemen, you will have armed force eventually, you will have hospitals, you will have people that are responsible for agriculture, for food, radiation protection, and so on. And so if a country really wants to go for nuclear in a responsible way, it should prepare for this possibility of a severe accident. And this is just to illustrate how big the effort is if this is done in a safe manner.
Okay. If I could move to another subject, one of the challenging matters when it comes to developing nuclear power, but also for existing countries that are using nuclear power, is the nuclear waste issue. This is something I think sometimes is put forward as a major challenge for nuclear power. If I could start with Mr. Amano, your view, what is being done to address these concerns globally?
First thing that I would like to say is that it is widely believed that there is no solution to deal with nuclear waste. That is wrong. Nuclear waste can be categorized into three categories: low level, medium level, and high level waste. It is difficult to deal with the high level waste and spent fuel. But even with these high level waste and spent fuel, there is a way of solution, which is the deep geological disposal. I went to Finland and saw the site of Onkalo, where a very important project is making very good progress. And the facility of deep geological facility in Onkalo, Finland, is due to start the operation in 2022. If that takes place, it is the first deep geological disposal facility. Similar projects are ongoing and making progress in France and Sweden. For the low-level and medium-level waste, some of them are being operated in commercial basis. So the most difficult one is the high level and spent fuel, but there is a solution and there will be a solution. For others, it is easier. But I would like to stress again that social acceptance is very, very important. I saw the very serious efforts in Onkalo to talk to the local community, and they get the full understanding and support from them. The social acceptance is equally important in case of addressing the waste, as well as the constructing of nuclear power plant. The IAEA is recommending an approach from cradle to grave. It means that from day one, when you start the use of nuclear technology, either for nuclear power or other purposes, you have to consider how to deal with the nuclear waste. Cradle to grave approach is the principle to deal with nuclear waste.
Thank you. Mr. Jamet, do you have anything to add in terms of the French experience in this area?
Yeah, I see two problems and two time scales. And I'm only going to talk about high-level waste, which is the most probably important problem. For high-level waste, you have to guarantee the safety of the disposal for something like a million years. And this, of course, sounds difficult, but actually, with geological disposal, this is technically feasible. So from that point of view, and this is feasible because geologists are able to predict relatively accurately the future of a 1 million year site. So I think there is a solution there. Where I fully agree with DG Amano that on the other hand, there is another time scale for public acceptance, because you will drill a repository, then you will have to put the waste inside the repository, and then at the end you will close the repository. The order of magnitude is 100 years, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more. But and the challenge for the countries is to keep public acceptance for 100 years, because you might get acceptance at one moment, but maybe 50 years after that, you will have another generation that has another state of mind, and that might not agree anymore. So I think the big challenge is to keep the public acceptance over that time span. And this is a very delicate issue. This is probably in France the most difficult we have to face. Elements of success is constant political commitment. The French disposal, of course, is discussed at the political level, but the main ruling parties never question this. This is continuous oversight by the parliament, and this is a very, very progressive, legislative process that is seeking for public engagement as much as possible and preserving reversibility and change in the concept or in the design as much as possible, so that people as much as possible feel that they can still have an influence and some control on what's going on.
Thank you. DG Amano, developing a nuclear power program is a major undertaking. What are the country's responsibilities when it comes to safety, security, non-proliferation? If you can just elaborate a little bit more in terms of this. It's not just a commercial reactor that the countries are pursuing.
Safety and security, nuclear security, I mean to prevent the nuclear material falling into the hands of terrorists. Safety and security are the responsibility of each state. And the role of international organizations like ours is to assist them. But the current trend, or recent trend, is that the role of international organizations to assist member states, countries, is increasing. For example, it is your country to ensure the highest level of safety to operate the Baraka nuclear power plant. But IAEA establishes some safety standard, help the training and dispatch peer review missions to provide assistance. Similar thing can be said about the nuclear security. It is each country's responsibility to prevent the nuclear material falling into the hands of terrorists. But the IAEA is a depository of an international convention, and we provide training to the custom officers or border control officers. We donate detection equipment to identify the nuclear material coming into the country. And we maintain the database to analyze and establish the response against nuclear terrorism. The non-proliferation is the responsibility of each country, and IAEA, it is a bit different. When a country joins the non-proliferation treaty as a non-nuclear weapon state, the country has an obligation to conclude an agreement which is called comprehensive safeguard. It is an agreement to declare all the nuclear material and facility for peaceful purpose, and IAEA verifies. Now, nuclear safety, security, safeguard are very important, and safety, security are the responsibility of each country, but the IAEA helps them. Safeguard, including the comprehensive safeguard and additional protocol, are essential to ensure that nuclear material and facilities are used exclusively for peaceful purpose.
If I could follow up with the last question, since the time is out. How is the UAE working with the IAEA?
Since the beginning of the project, UAE and IAEA have been working in close cooperation. We have trained nuclear professionals, and we have been cooperating with Khalifa University, and your country is organizing a nuclear management school in the past 2 years ago, and this year in May. And we are very happy that very close cooperation is being undertaken between your country and IAEA. And very importantly, in October this year, you are hosting together with us a nuclear power conference at ministerial level for the 21st century. And I would like to congratulate your country with a very good cooperation with us and the convening of this very important conference on nuclear power in the 21st century at ministerial level in your country in October this year.
Well, Mr. Amano, Mr. Jamet, thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
حضورنا الكريم، الآن نتعرف إلى مفهوم القوة الكامنة الإيجابية مع البروفيسور مارتن سيليغمان، مؤسس علم النفس الإيجابية. Ladies and gentlemen, now our session is about the power of being positive. This is the subject of our next session, brought to us by Professor Martin Seligman, the founder of Positive Psychology. Please welcome him.
What is the most you can hope for in your life? What is the most you can hope for your nation? What is the most you can hope for the planet? There's a long psychological and philosophical tradition that says the best we can ever do in life is not to suffer, not to be miserable. The good life, in this view, holds suffering to as near zero as possible. Well, I want to suggest to you today that that view is empirically false, morally insidious, and a political dead end. It's a remnant of an awful past. Rather, what I want to suggest to you today is that we can do much better than that. That well-being can be a goal for the world, and that Dubai is leading the curve on this. His Highness the Prime Minister has created 4 visionary ministries: a ministry of happiness, a ministry of youth, a ministry of the future, and a ministry of tolerance. And it happens in his wisdom that this coincides with the 4 most important scientific developments in psychology and in the social sciences. Let me take them one at a time. My topic today is happiness and productivity, and I'll talk about that at some length. But what is so important about happiness, it seems to be the final common path of good policy. And there is indeed a new lesson that's just come out in the journals for the parliamentary democracies, that over and above macroeconomic conditions, people vote their happiness. It's not the economy, stupid. That's a message for that. Secondly, youth. Much of our energies have gone into early childhood over the last several decades. I think childhood is overrated. I think the action occurs in adolescence. There's good reason to believe that what happens to you as a youth, what you believe about your life as a youth, will carry you the rest of your life. And emblematic of that, if you were obese as a 14-year-old girl or a 14-year-old boy, and then at age 50 you're thin, you will always think of yourself as fat. Adolescence is the crucial place to intervene for happiness and well-being. The third ministry is the ministry of the future. There's been a major new discovery about the brain in the future that very few of you know about. How many of you have heard of the default network? Good, I'm glad I can tell you about it. Many of my neuroscientist friends were interested in the question of when you do specific external tasks, like mental arithmetic or listen to a lecture, what part of the brain lights up? Where in your brain are you doing that? Well, there are about 1,000 fMRI experiments on this issue, but you always have to run a control group. And the control group that you run, you say, just lie there and don't do anything. Well, the results are remarkable. The circuits that light up when you're listening to me now talking or doing anagrams or solving a problem are very nebulous. But the circuit that lights up when you just lie there and don't do anything is regular. It's the same circuit that lights up when you imagine the future. What you're doing when the default network, it's called the default, is what the brain defaults to, is taking what I'm saying right now and integrating it with your personal concerns and your vision of your future. Even more interesting, there seems to be all day long a 60-second cycle of listening, paying attention to the external world, and then going inward for 60 seconds and integrating it, and then going out again, which means that about half of you right now are listening to me, and the other half of you are going inward and listening. It's a very important fact, one we need to take into account, but its lesson is that the human brain is about the future. We are not Homo sapiens, we are Homo prospectus. The fourth ministry that His Highness established is tolerance. The question of taking happiness, taking the future, taking adolescence, and expanding them to the human moral circle. This is the most difficult psychological problem at all. We are by nature tribal, and the question of overcoming tribalism is the most difficult of all the four questions. Now, let me come to my topic today, but the reason I put thank you up here was to thank Dubai and to thank His Highness for creating these four ministries. Here's what I'm going to do in the next 30 minutes. I'm going to suggest to you that happiness, well-being, is a plausible goal for your own life, for the life of Dubai, and for the life of the planet. It is a plausible political goal, an achievable one. I'm going to ask the question, well, can you measure happiness? If I had stood up 30 years ago and suggested that creating happiness was a political goal, you should never have paid attention, because there was no theory of what happiness is, there were no good measures of it, and all the interventions we had were not about making people happier, they were about making people less miserable. And those turn out to be completely different interventions. The skills to get rid of depression, anger, anxiety are completely different from the skills of being happy, of having good relationships, of having meaning in life. The next thing I want to talk about is can you be happier tomorrow than you are right now? And I worked on misery most of my life, as I'll tell you in a moment. And people often ask me, well, why didn't I work on happiness? Why did I always work on suffering, helplessness, hopelessness, depression, suicide? And the answer stemmed back 40 years ago to a study in which 14 lottery winners, people who won $1 million, were followed for happiness. And what happens when you win $1 million is you get happier for about 3 months, and then you go back to where you were. And so when we saw this, we said, well, you just can't increase happiness. That happiness is the froth on the cappuccino, but the espresso is suffering. And so I continued to work on the espresso. Well, that turns out to be wrong. And I'll tell you about that. And finally, I'll talk about most of what we know about happiness until about 10 years ago came from individuals raising your own happiness. But now it turns out there is good reason to believe that you can do this in larger units, in schools, in corporations, and indeed in entire nations. So that's the summary of what I want to talk about. I want to tell you how I got to the notion of positivity. It happened at a moment in time. As I said before, I had been working on misery for 35 years of my life, and I found myself 20 years ago elected president of the American Psychological Association. And presidents, like ministers, are supposed to have themes, initiatives. And I didn't know what mine would be. And I found myself, I grow roses as a hobby. I was in my garden.
we go towards this augmented intelligence society and shifts in labor. And so we do need an education, a revolution in education, and the government needs to be a leader on this. And so, for instance, you can imagine the future governments less as today's bureaucracies and more like what a Google office looks like. And that needs a strong revolution in education. And second, there's vulnerable segments of society that needs to be attended so that we avoid the effects that, for instance, globalization had on sectors that were forgotten by globalization, and today we have consequences like Brexit.
Thank you, MIT.
That's it, actually. Questions, discussion?
Thank you. Now moving on to Imperial College London.
All right, that's a big stage. Well, right. Okay. So let me get a moment to start and say how grateful we are to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us and for pulling such an amazing event together. It's been great to think about future governments. It's a challenge that we don't usually have in our everyday lives. And we think it's actually very good that somebody's addressing the issue, because governments is probably the slowest thing to change when we talk about global challenges. So today we talk about the future of government by Imperial College Business School. Okay. So it was a pleasure to work on this topic. And let's start from the very basics. Okay. So at Imperial, we believe that government change and industry change comes from empowering future leaders. And this is something that will be reflected on the plan that we came up with. So looking at operations, service delivery, and policy making, the three important functions of government, we're looking that the future will bring operations and service delivery mainly done by artificial intelligence. So the government will free up and be able to tackle challenges and be agile and actually have the supervisory role of the delivery of services and giving really quality care to the citizens. Now, the challenges of government nowadays, and I think the traditional challenges of any government at all times, it's to engage its citizens. It's to be transparent, it's to be innovative and agile, and these things don't actually happen. You know, if you look at the government model, it's been the same over the last century. The exact same thing. You have the ministries, you have the ministers, you have the prime minister. We're looking to change that. And of course, at the very end of all that is the citizen, who is basically felt alone, outside of the equation of the government, and he feels, or she feels, that their needs are not met, that he's not in focus of the whole service administration. So we need to change that. We need to change that because the clock is ticking. The challenges of the future, like climate change, like border security, like counterterrorism, all these things require very agile governments that put the citizen in focus and make sure all the needs are met. So just to make sure we cover all bases, we came up with a framework. It's a framework that's based on PwC, but we edited to make sure we cover all the bases, and we created this analysis base. We analyzed the internal stakeholders, the market externalities, the external stakeholders, and how they can influence a citizen-centered model of government. And we believe that the three lenses of government is to engage, enable, and be accountable to its citizens. So these three functions are the core of a successful future government. A future government has to be innovative, transparent, agile, lean, and connected. And all these things can be enabled with artificial intelligence, can be enabled with blockchain technologies, could be enabled with all these different digital transformations we have around. So our new mission statement, it might sound deadly obvious to you, but we think that the future governments need to actually serve the citizens and maximize collective well-being. And this is really important, and happens through 4 different ways: engaging the citizens, administering effective services, having a lean structure that embraces change instead of resisting change, and to be accountable and transparent. So let's start with engaging the citizens. We believe that a good citizen, especially in the era of automation, has to be able to be subsidized for its participation. We believe that it's possible to create a system of basic pay to everybody that is left out of the equation, to make sure that they engage with politics, to make sure that they vote, to make sure that they are present in all the different functions of government. And of course, this has a huge return on investment for the future governments. More involved citizens mean citizens that are actually more happy with their lives. It means that they're citizens that are more economically active. It means they're citizens that actually create wealth and generate innovation to society. We also believe it's very important to rate the work of government officials. We believe that citizens should be able to rate on an app how the ministers are doing, and based on that, the ministers should not be able to run if they get a negative, let's say, ranking, or they should actually be able to get a bonus or another incentive for being successful. And finally, we believe in simplifying information for the citizens, making a streamlined virtual hub where the citizens can check everything in government, from where the pensions go to how they can make change happen. The other thing is how to deliver effective and transparent public services. We believe in lifelong learning and skill development, especially in near automation and the need for extra skills to make sure that people are not left out from the labor market. We believe that people should be able to decide the percentage of the tax to be allocated in personal projects. We believe in governments giving the freedom to citizens to do that and to be able to decide on a collective basis, especially on a local level, where they want their money to be spent on local projects. And we believe in a tailor-made system of smart notifications, where each citizen gets government information based on what they're doing in their normal life. If you're an entrepreneur, you get legislation notifications about new rules for entrepreneurs. And we also believe in lean structure. We believe that the government should have functional areas, not ministries. It should work on synergies, it should be entrepreneurial. Instead of having a Ministry of Education, you have a Department for Innovation and Technology with an education team, an infrastructure team, a public-private interface project team, and they all work together and create synergies between them to tackle the challenges. And all the logistics can be taken on with artificial intelligence and so on. Finally, accountability. With using a blockchain system, we can trace and identify every single transaction in the future government, basically eliminating corruption and making sure that the citizens can see every single government action take place and be recorded on the servers. We have to end impunity. Ministers should not be protected against the law. And we have to make sure that the governments use artificial intelligence to have an accelerated response to crises and to deal with all sorts of climate change brings, all sorts of big challenges, or cybersecurity. It has to be very agile, and artificial intelligence can play a very big role in that. So we looked at all these different sectors. We look at engaging the citizens, administering effective services, having a lean structure, being accountable. We think this is what the model for a future government should be like. And we are very proud that we are here to think about this challenge today. We are very proud that we're in Dubai, a place that leads government change in many ways. I mean, you can see that's a very entrepreneurial model of governance. And we truly believe that Dubai is the place that completely captures this sentiment expressed by Abraham Lincoln, that the best way to predict the future is to actually invent it. So at Imperial College, we think that the future governments would really truly depend on the power of the citizens and on the power of decision makers to actually come up with innovative solutions and actually create the future. Ultimately, we want the people to be proud of the governments. And this is something that is very hard to achieve, and it needs collaboration from everybody. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Imperial. Thank you. And now it's time for Harvard Kennedy. Harvard Kennedy? Oh.
Start? Okay. Gentlemen, good morning. My name is Hamada Zahawi. I'm from the Harvard Kennedy School. Over 50 years ago, John F. Kennedy said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." That was a government of his day and of his time. Today, the world is changing at a far, far faster pace than we can imagine. 90% of the data of the world collected today has only taken place in the last 2 years. That's incredible. And that technology and that pace is putting us at a fast collision course in terms of how exactly we're going to be able to manage that data and manage the people that are going to be able to benefit from that data. That collision course has set us into a certain world. It's people. The greatest asset that exists today are the people. And they're the ones who are going to be able to look at that agility. They're the ones who are going to be able to look at that collision course and be able to tell us and help us come up with the solutions and the challenge that we're going to be facing. Challenges such as environmental degradation, poverty, inequities, social unrest, water shortages. It's the people. But we heard just yesterday, Elon Musk, others saying, luminaries in the field saying to you, the more the automated world happens, and the automation will happen, and it will not stop, the faster unemployment will happen. The more disengaged people will become. The more disenfranchised they will become. That divergence is something that is scary. It's something that has to be responded to. And so, what do we have? We have to incentivize civic engagement. We have to restore a sense of purpose, the aspirations, the happiness, the ability to be able to push forward the well-being of the people. And how do you do that? How do you incentivize them to have a sense of purpose in a government where the future is automated? How do you do that? Well, why? It's people that will be able to push forward those ideas. It's people that have the skills, formal and informal skills. It's people that have the networks, the access to the communities, the finger on the pulse, and they have the time, and they have the energy, and they have the sense of purpose, and they have the aspirations. But they're not being used. That human capital is not being effectively used to solve it. There is a massive divergence. We see constantly initiative after initiative after initiative of case studies after case studies where there is a lack of stickiness, a lack of ability of these programs, of these concepts where people are involved, they're vested, and it's sustainable. There's a lack of that. There is a massive divergence there. And so, what is the answer? Well, the answer is this. The SitGov coin. The SitGov coin, I may look almost like a fake coin, but it is a virtual coin, okay? This coin itself creates that tangible connection, that ability for the people to have a vested stake in the government, and the government to have a vested stake in the people. This. But let me put into you an example. That connection, where the government provides people with a SitGov coin, and the people provide the human capital. Now we go from a disengaged to an engaged population. But it's a two-way street. Imagine what Kennedy said, ask not what your government can do, ask not what you can do for your government, but what your government can do for you, and vice versa. But think about this. It has to change. That concept of the old days has to change. And so what we try to do is we actually ask ourselves, how can we put this into an actual example? So let's think of this. Gustavo. The idea is Gustavo is uneducated and also unskilled, but he has a desire to give back to the community. And so he comes up with the concept of providing recycling for his community. And so what does Gustavo do? Well, Gustavo goes to the Ministry of Environment and tells them, I have this idea. I want to give back to my community, and I want to be remunerated for doing so. And so he collects, and the impact that he's had, the Ministry of Environment provides him with a SitGov coin.
What about this?
Well, this you're going to be able to do a lot with. You can use it to cash in. You can use it for education, for food, for health, for utilities, all kinds of credits. But here's the best part. That coin does not just give you allowance to have remuneration, but it gives you a physical piece of the government. Now, you hold us accountable. The government is held accountable for the actions. There is a symbiotic reciprocity between both parties. That is what makes this thing a unique experience. And so, how does it work on the macro level? Let's go macro. Well, you have impact-based valuations. So what you do is by the impact it has, the more bitcoins, the more not bitcoins, though the idea may have come from that, SitGov coins you will actually get for your remuneration. But here's the best part, encourages collaboration. So now we have Luma, we have Jonathan, we have Luna. This is now a collaborative process. They can all work simultaneously together to be able to find the right solutions. And those solutions stimulates innovation. Innovation in and of itself. It's that innovation from the people that will allow you to be able to tackle those pressing challenges that we're going to be facing. That automation, that concept that is going to provide solutions to the future. And then through that, you also collect really critical data, self-correcting data, metrics, monitoring systems that allow you to see how this is being created. And what's the beauty part of this? This is not for just one country. This is universal. This is amplified globally. So every country can do this. Because before, they were held accountable through protests, accountable through taxation, accountable through votes. But now we have something that is universally, you can hold the government accountable, and the government can hold you accountable. And so what kind of government are we looking at in the future? It's a C government. It's a citizen government. It's a government where you have to now change what Kennedy said. Ask what your government can do for you and what you can do for your government. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvard Kennedy. We have 3 to go, so let me welcome Oxford to the stage.
Good morning. Sabah al-khair. On behalf of the Said Business School at the University of Oxford, I want to say thank you to you all for having us here in Dubai, and wanted to tell you a little bit about who we are. Said Business School's mission statement is to be the premier global business school in a world-class university addressing world-scale challenges. So it's particularly resonant for us to be here in Dubai for the World Government Summit and to get to speak with you all about how governments will need to be designed and how they will need to be changed for the next 10, 20, or 50 years to meet those challenges. First, our thesis. We believe that the successful governments of the future will equip cross-sector leaders to build and operate networked organizations. The operative points there are that it's about the leaders and the organizations. We cannot possibly know what the future holds. We know that it will hold change, it will hold disruption, and we can prepare our minds, our people, our structures of our organizations to address them head on. So first, we'd like to review what we've heard here at the World Government Summit. From Elon Musk just yesterday, he told us that we can't possibly forecast 50 years out, can't possibly have any accurate predictions about the future. So we take away from that it's about a prepared mind and a prepared sense of adapting to change and having the tools and resources at your disposal. Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum highlighted, in addition to the head of the UN, the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement to solve the world's most critical challenges at the intersection of the public, private, and social sectors. And finally, His Highness has told us that the full potential of the UAE, its government, and the wider region will depend on the training in management and administration among the young leaders of today who will lead government tomorrow. Second, we'd like to look at structural shifts in the world. What is the world telling us today such that we can anticipate how governments will need to be designed to deal with those macro challenges? Unquestionably, we're in an era of multipolar competition. Long gone are the days of the Cold War, of US dominance, and I say that as an American. We're in an era of multipolar competition where the winners and losers will depend on who can build the strongest alliances, who can persuade the most number of organizations and peoples and sectors, and who can trade, invest, and build together, much as the UAE and India are today. We also hold that the future of government will be a competition for foreign direct investment. Now, why is that? It varies country to country, but the theme is clear. No singular country today has the cash resources, the natural resources, the human resources to not innovate and to not compete with each other. You look at the Gulf countries, and there's a pivot away from petroeconomies, investments in human capital to adapt. You look at the United States or Japan, there's local indebtedness at the household, personal level. All of those mean that in an era of low productivity growth, which is what we forecast for the next 10 or 20 years, that competition and growth will be based on drawing investment, new resource allocation from abroad. That has implications for how leaders will need to look and how they will need to work. And third, though it pains probably all of us to say, there's a secular rise in geopolitical volatility, thanks in no small part to these two gentlemen. What that means is that countries are going to need to be better networked with each other to adapt, to communicate, and to diffuse problems before they erupt into larger, damaging events. All of this outlines a fundamental problem with the way governments are structured today. It is a design challenge that's basically been a problem since Westphalia. That is that our problems over time are increasingly interconnected, whether it's financial markets, environment, terrorism, cybercrime. But the reach for our governments are legally confined to their own jurisdictions. There's a solution, though, and it's a soft power. It is multi-stakeholder engagement across the public, private, and social sectors and into other people's territories and countries in a positive and collaborative way. We'll come back to this. This brings us back to our thesis. We believe that the future of government will have cross-sector leaders in networked organizations. We look first at competencies. Among the competencies we think are most relevant are advocacy, capital, and technology. I'll go into depth on each of those. And second, the networked organization is not something in the distant future. There are pilot projects at any government, including the UAE, at the federal level, or local municipal levels could undertake right now to get started. First is stakeholder engagement, advocacy. We too often presume that just because someone works in government, they're actually good at politics. They're actually good at persuasion, coalition building, engaging and listening, that they have the empathy required to build outcomes that they can get agreement on. These are two exemplary stakeholder engagement frameworks from the private sector, which is particularly good at stakeholder engagement. They are particularly good at lobbying and building coalitions in ways that governments will need to catch up to. Second, capital. Governments are no longer bureaucratic organizations. Government leaders will need to be rainmakers. Government leaders will need to know how to communicate with the private sector. They will need to know how to prioritize investment sectors. They will need to be ambassadors for projects and understand the project level finances. And third, technology. Most of us are not coders and will not be coders, but we will need to know how to work with teams of specialists to create adaptable and fluid and flexible solutions to deal with the increasing dislocations at the local level. One example would be, hypothetically, in the United States, if you had a worker laid off at GE Appliance Park in Louisville, Kentucky, who gets a job at the Spartanburg, South Carolina plant for BMW, that person will need to retrain. Massive online open courses are an opportunity for governments to fill that gap and help people move quickly into the next opportunity. This brings us to government as an organization. Governments are seen as bureaucratic, as monolithic, as siloed, in most part because they are. If you look at the advents in terms of human capital and models in the private sector, and even very disruptive organizations, including certain terrorist organizations, there's a move towards flexible models.
Thank you, Oxford.
Thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Now it's time for Stanford. Let's welcome Stanford.
Thank you for being here. A quote that comes to mind from one of my greatest mentors is from Robert Gates, who was the former Secretary of Defense for the United States military. And he said when it comes to military action, the United States has a perfect record. We've gotten it wrong every time. And I think when it comes to government, this is another lesson learned in that many things that government does, they get it wrong. They have a preconceived notion of what the future holds, and they create a structure to find that solution, instead of allowing the emergent opportunities from untapped human potential to come forth. So as we thought about the future of government, we thought, what would be a methodology that would take things from the top level and bring it to the bottom? And at Stanford, we're enamored of design thinking. And we think design thinking is the platform to be used in the 21st century for the future of government. We're a group of students from across the spectrum of government, across the spectrum of finance, consulting, entrepreneurship, and yet all of us have this in common. We're focused on design to help define our lives and define innovation. So what should the future government look like? We believe government should be a design thinking organization that puts constituents at the center of all they do. This requires being empathetic, creative, and action-oriented. And those of you familiar with design thinking know it's a 5-step process. If you can devolve this process down to the basic entity levels, you can find out what matters to people most and create a responsive organization that can fulfill their very needs. So what is this solution and what are the constituent parts? First, we want to use design for every process and every policy. We want to train government employees and government policymakers in the design process to start the lowest possible level individual to figure out what they need and how to make it happen. We want solutions based on the actual needs of identified users. When it comes to welfare policies, who are the people affected by this? When it comes to technology, what are the implications? Who are the users of the end state that can be better used for this? We want to focus on rapid, low-tech prototyping as opposed to coming with large government bureaucratic solutions that may not be the right answer but waste time and money. And finally, we want a rapid, iterative process that will allow us to make changes on the fly to adapt to the needs of our constituents. So as we think of how government works today, it's a very top-level organization. We have national, regional, and local authorities. And with each of these, we have things like immigration, the economy, the environment, security, defense, etc. And right now, this is a very top-down approach. The federal government comes with a solution, they trickle it down to the regional and local governments, and they're forced to implement it. What we're seeing, though, is this entrenched bureaucracy inhibits innovation and creativity. What if we reversed that? What if we looked at the local government creating solutions that percolated up? Let them define what the challenges are and what the answers to the solutions have to be. The role of government is not just to increase GDP, to increase happiness, increase the optimization of individuals, and unleash the untapped potential that is remaining in many of our societies. This has to happen at the local level. Now, the paradox here is that we're in a globalized society. We're increasingly interdependent. We have high-level organizations. But the things that will cause us to be better as an organization, as a humanity, are the things that come from the local engagement and the iterative processes. So what does this look like? We have two vignettes to walk you through. The first is we need to figure out what the challenges facing future citizens are and how to integrate that. So we have Christina here. She was a bus driver in London. She has 2 children. She's concerned about the things in her life that will be affected by autonomy and other things emerging in our society. Normal processes might be a policy-oriented look. They might be a top-down study. But we want to go talk to Christina. We want to figure out what would make her life better. What are the things that she's concerned about? And we believe that if people talk to these end users, they'll be able to create local solutions that will be better suited for these individuals. We can retrain them. We can focus them on new organizations. We can introduce them to opportunities the government's already selected for them, education, welfare benefits, other things that they need to survive in thrive in this new economy. Also, another example is Yazid. He's an individual who has an idea for how he wants to integrate into society, but doesn't know what the resources are available. There's an immense amount of data out there that we can gather about Yazid. We can take his social media profiles, we can take his search histories, we can take things that we know about him that he has voluntarily given to use and find out what the trends are in his life. What are the things he's concerned about? And proactively approach him with options that he can select from. Not a top-down saying this is what you should do, but here's your options. These are things you don't even know that existed that you can use for the future. We want to help empathize with this user, then define for this user what the end state should be, ideate and prototype with him or her, and figure out what the possible solution is through testing and refinement. Ultimately, the problems we face, we can't predict. We've talked about AI, we've talked about additive manufacturing, 3D printing, we've talked about things that may be in the future, but we don't know in 50 years if those will actually be relevant. But we can create a methodology that in the next 50 years will be relevant throughout these decades, throughout the challenges we face. We think design is that solution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stanford. Now it's time for our last presentation from London Business School. London Business School?
Welcome from the London Business School team. I'm told that we stand between you and lunch, but I am assured that we're the last team. So I'm Nick, and we've developed a vision for future governments, inspired by the conversations we've had here at the World Government Summit. So, the drivers behind the change, both enablers and challenges, are focused on 3 key areas. First, identity and demographics, with the individual paramount. Second, technology, with robotics, AI, connectivity, and big data posing tremendous potential, but also big risks. Third, one planet. We must hand the planet to future generations, and we must cherish it. These drivers will change the way government works, how it sets policy, what it does, and how it is organized. So, the intent behind decision-making. This will be guided by 3 considerations, enabled by big data and dynamic evaluation of citizens' values. There will be forward-thinking, anticipate change, thinking about future generations. We will see more planning, like the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, from oil proceeds. There will be global and outward-looking, thinking about how decisions affect others. For example, that failure to address climate change means Bangladesh will lose half its productive land by 2080. They will focus on well-being, social support, trust, life expectancy, freedom, generosity, and GDP influence gross national happiness. This will require a fundamental redesign of services around individuals. Design-led thinking will allow citizens to serve themselves in the most effective and efficient ways possible. For example, citizens will carry national ID and become the CEOs of their own healthcare. As we heard in the Future of Healthcare event yesterday, cross-hospital data exchange will save lives. Governments will plan for the future, but budgeting will be dynamic. In the words of Prof. Nye at Harvard, we should combine the best of markets with the best of government. If government is best at setting agendas and regulating, this is what they should do. In our new vision, we advocate a local devolved and a global central decision-making process. For big strategic issues that affect everyone, power must move to a new national government and away from national governments. For issues where local bespoke services are needed, citizens need empowering. To give examples, education choices will be driven by local economics and requirements. Just as we heard from Elon Musk yesterday, the possibility of life outside Earth needs collaborative exploration. Tax systems currently lead to arbitration opportunities, and we exploit them. And this requires collaboration too. We've seen the development of powerful localities. San Francisco, the biotech hub. Dubai for innovation. London for finance. They compete on a global scale and are increasingly specialized. But when faced with innovation, as the quote says, we should be made to feel uncomfortable. The nation-state is the product of orthodoxy and convention. We need to think beyond this to solve the issues of tomorrow. Currently, as you'll see on the left, nations hold the veto on, for example, the Paris Climate Change Agreement. In our new vision, big macro issues are taken by a global body with empowered citizens making decisions at local levels at whatever hierarchy they choose, be they towns, cities, countries, or regions. By 2050, nations have become stewards of tradition and culture. The national veto that stops progress on global warming, that hinders economic development, and that threatens the future of the world has no place in 2050. But we realize that this is ambitious. So we have one final insight to share with you. Just think for a moment about how civil servants are perceived today. Slow, bureaucratic, reactive. None of this ambitious agenda will ever be realized if civil servants retain this image. You, as the leaders of government today, and you, as the leaders of tomorrow, must never stop investing in people and their ideas to improve our governments. Then, and only then, when public service is universally seen as a worthy mission, will governments be able to solve the universal problems facing humanity. I finished a minute early. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, LBS. Thank you, everyone, for the amazing ideas. And now we'll lock you in this hall until we announce the winners. Yeah, no one's allowed to go in and out. Actually, I appreciate if you stay here because we want to move all together to the arena hall. We have a specific designated seating area for you. So we'll move you in a bit, if that's okay. No, we want you to stay here and then we will move you all, okay? Yeah, but then can you come back, please? Can I? Yeah? Yeah, come back. Hey, we will all together. عشان ما يلسون بعاد عن بعض. We want them all to be together. Yeah. No, I like it. Keep it
Merci. Ceux qui sont sur la table, ils restent pour le moment. Tu peux les récupérer si tu veux. Moi, je vais là. Bonjour.
Petite faveur, j'ai mon école qui est en train de s'écouter. Est-ce qu'il est possible de mettre le logo de Harvard Kennedy School?
Alors ça, il faut voir avec le responsable de salle. Non, 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 mais vous pouvez pas savoir, mais il faut regarder, il faut demander au responsable de salle ou de session.
D'accord.
Je suis pas sûr que ce soit. Majid.
Personne qui avait le mic qui nous passait le truc.
Ouais.
On va aller OK avec ça. Je sais pas si c'est elle que vous appelez responsable de station.
Ben non, mais il y a Majid et quelqu'un de publiciste, vraiment, qui va vous pouvoir dire. Il est.
Est-ce que c'est quelqu'un
C'est.
Il est short.
Ouais, avec un peu la barbe courte.
Je vois qui c'est, Mais c'est pas grave, on va essayer de
Bah voilà, je peux pas faire plus ici. Ah, il y a les places vertes, c'est les places qui sont c'est un peu accessibles. Ah, c'est un peu plus cher.
payer 27 balles en plus.
Ah ouais, c'est la France quoi. Tiens, vous dessinez, les sièges plus, alors attends, les sièges plus c'est combien 50 balles quoi.
Ouais, mais après, passage.
Là, t'es sur les trucs de sortie, mais ouais, mais moi ce qui compte c'est que.
C'est les jeunes quoi, t'étais grand.
Cette place-là, avec le truc un peu en diagonale comme ça, c'était pas mal. 30 balles.
30 balles de plus, c'est cher.
Sans mal. Sinon, moi, c'est 30 mai, 17, 35.
Et tu payes pas en plus ça?
Non, non, mais ça, c'est les nôtres, ça.
Ah oui.
Ouais, je vais voir avec lui, je lui piquerai son 37.
Comment tu sais que c'est les autres et je vais passer, c'est les autres?
Bah, là, je vois qu'il s'est déjà enregistré en plus. Je vois qu'il a 37 et 32. Donc là, un bagage en soute. Par contre, moi, je l'avais même pas mis dans l'appli, j'avais téléchargé le billet. At the beginning, it's a problem of line level. I think the input is now it's stopped, but we fixed that at the beginning. But it's mic level on the input, so it has to return on line.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for coming to the most exciting panel at the World Government Summit. Despite its very vague name, we very much appreciate that you're here. I think I'll start off then by telling you a little bit about what you're going to hear today from this panel and myself. We're talking about artificial intelligence and its effect on society, with a specific emphasis on universal basic income, something we've heard a lot about in other panels, but we've only really touched on the social implications of this. So we're going to dig into that today. You know, the title's name is Technological Legacy of the 21st Century. That's a pretty bold claim to make just a little more than 16 years into a century. But it's pretty clear already that much like the automobile and the internet were the legacy of the 20th century, AI and automation is going to be one of the legacies of the 21st century. And we need to start planning for how we're going to deal with it. So we put together a really amazing panel of experts who represent several different sides of this issue, from the technical side to a sort of broad survey side, and then someone who is working specifically on universal basic income and how to implement that right now. So I'm going to let the panelists introduce themselves. Cade, do you want to start?
My name is Cade Metz. I'm a senior writer with Wired magazine based in San Francisco, and my main area of coverage at this point is AI and automation.
My name is Jonathan Mattis. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called ZenDrive. Our mission is to make roads safe using data and analytics, and we're using artificial intelligence to scale our solution to a global footprint.
And then Elizabeth, can you hear us? Joining us by Skype. So joining us by Skype, we have Elizabeth Rhodes. Sorry, I talked over you. I told you I wouldn't do that, and then I did it. You want to start again? And I'm Joe Brown, the least interesting person on this panel. I'm the editor-in-chief of Popular Science, and if I look like I'm texting, I'm just checking my agenda. Don't worry. I only text while I drive. So, when you talk about AI, it's very tempting to just lump AI into one big category, but that's not quite how it works. There are right now two distinct types of AI. There is vertical AI, which is the kind of AI that might, for example, sort driving data, or drive your Tesla, or even help make a reservation for you, or suggest a restaurant for you to go to when you ask your phone, where should I eat dinner? Then there's general AI. And general AI would be if one of the panelists right now was actually an artificial intelligence. And the general AI is something that is not quite as far along right now as vertical AI. General AI is where you get the super intelligences that a lot of the futurists like to talk about. We're going to talk about vertical AI because vertical AI is real, it's coming, and to some extent it's already here. And the manifestation of vertical AI that we're going to talk about, or we're going to start talking about, is going to be autonomous driving. Because this is a section of artificial intelligence that everybody in this room will likely experience in some way or another. Whether it's a car that's driving itself, or maybe you get food that is delivered by a car that's driving itself, or a package delivery or something like that. Within most of our, I hope, lifetimes, we will experience this. And it has, for all of its benefits, a potential downside that you heard talked about at various other panels before. In our country, America particularly, we're very vulnerable to the effects of this kind of AI. 35 out of 50 US states cite truck driver as their #1 occupation. And furthermore, about 3.5% of the US cites driver as a full-time job. 3.5% of the population. So if all those jobs went away, it would tank the US economy, right? And the knock-on effects for economies around the world are similarly important. So the question really is, do we think this is going to happen? And if so, how long is it going to take? And for this one, we're going to turn first to Jonathan, just because this is something that your company talks about and deals with a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's a really important distinction to make here, again, just like you made between vertical and general AI with regards to autonomous driving. There's the problem of autonomous driving in urban environment, which is what the Ubers of the world are trying to solve. And there is a problem of driving on highway. It turns out that driving on highway is much, much simpler than driving inside a city. And so when you think of the two main streams for autonomous vehicles, then all of a sudden you realize that the onset of the trucking, the autonomous trucking, could actually come much faster than the robo-taxi that everyone is talking about. And so, as Joe mentioned, the trucking industry is a huge industry, and it is one of the largest employers in the world, and in the US particularly. And so, when will it actually start, and what are the key attributes, or what are the key knobs that determine this onset? So, the first one is the financial interest, right? How big is the financial interest for the parties involved, the incentives to actually make it work? And Morgan Stanley, in a study recently, identified that there's about $168 billion that will be saved through the deployment of this technology. This is a lot of money. So there is pretty high stakes at the game. The second question is how complex it is technologically to actually solve the problem. And as I hinted in the beginning, if you can differentiate between driving on a highway and driving in the city, you simplify the problem quite a bit. One of our first customers, a company named Otto that was recently acquired by Uber, has a really interesting approach to this. What they're saying is that instead of building big trucks that will drive all the way from one warehouse to the destination, you can use autonomy for the highway portion of the trip and then use human driver for the last few miles that actually take the truck to make the last delivery. And that's a very clever approach, but of course when you do that, you're going to need fewer drivers because most of the hours and most of the miles clocked by these autonomous trucks happen on the highway. And so that too hints for a faster or more rapid onset. The third parameter is the human parameter. If you think of the robo-taxi and the challenges that that technology is facing, one of the key elements is popular resistance by taxi drivers or the political constituencies that they create to protect their unions. It turns out that the trucking industry, interestingly, in the US is not unionized. And so there are fewer organizations that actually push against this type of innovation. And so yet again, another reason for this change to appear earlier. And so when you combine all of these together, you get a picture that says that in the trucking space, the trucking arena, this change could come even faster than in the robo-taxi. And the last piece that probably is important to consider is how expensive and how long would it take to build autonomous trucks, right? Yesterday, Elon Musk mentioned that if there's 200 million cars built every year, and how many billions of...
I think there are 2 billion, he cited 2 billion
sorry,
cars
100 million,
and 100 million.
100 million and 2 billion. So you take about 20
capacity,
years
yeah.
to sell into the existing market for cars. Well, in the trucking space, you don't need to replace the car. You simply retrofit it with a set of sensors. And so there's a way to leapfrog even that challenge.
So how long is the question?
Combining all of this together, I believe that you're going to see commercial use of the technology sometime in the next 2 years, and you're going to see very rapid market adoption from the big delivery corporations. You know, this could be the Walmarts, the Amazons, and so on of the world, which will probably take 5 years or so. And so In 7 years, you're going to see massive volume of miles that were driven by humans shift to trucks.
So already you're seeing a pretty substantial workforce change in 5 to 7 years.
I do.
You agree?
Well, I think it's a good example for a couple of reasons. It shows that this is real, right? We had our first auto delivery in the fall, right? So this has happened, and it's going to continue to happen pretty quickly. But it also shows how complicated this situation is. You can throw out stats that show how many jobs this is going to replace, how many states cite truck driving as their number one means of employment. But the U.S. Trucking Association will also tell you that the average age of the trucker is on the rise, that the number of truckers needed at this point is on the decline, and they don't have enough truckers to satisfy the needs of so many operations. This technology can fill that need, right? I think it's dangerous when you think about this as an either or.
Yeah.
In many cases, and this is true not just in the trucking industry, not just in the self-driving car industry, these technologies can complement what humans do, right? They can complement what's going on now. They can complement what goes on in the future. It's not necessarily, a replacement, so to speak.
But let me put the pointed question to you, which is, Kate, do you think that autonomous driving will take human jobs in the next 5 to 7 years?
I think it's difficult to say how quickly that's going to happen. A lot of people, as Jonathan says, driving a truck across a highway is a different problem than driving a car in an urban area.
Kate, you're a fantastic journalist, but you should be in government.
Maybe so, but there are AI researchers working in this area, working on self-driving cars in particular, who will tell you that all it takes is one extremely serious accident to set the whole movement back for years.
Right.
Right. There are people in the industry who really believe that.
But preparing for automation to take human jobs is not something that you start doing a year before it happens.
No, you start doing it now.
Right. And so with that in mind, let's not just brush over the topic that so many people here have just thrown out as an eventuality. Let's talk about universal basic income. And for those of you who don't know, universal basic income, or UBI as we're going to call it, we've been talking about it a lot recently, but it's not a new idea. It dates back to the 16th century. A writer named Thomas More, who suggested a basic universal income as a means of curtailing crime, because if people didn't have to steal to eat, they wouldn't steal to eat. You've seen it when it manifested in the 70s in the Alaska Permanent Fund, where residents of Alaska who live for a certain amount of time in that U.S. state receive a dividend. And then also in Brazil, there is the Bolsa Familia program, where they're testing out giving citizens a basic amount of money to live with. And then also, we're really lucky to have Elizabeth Rhodes with us over Skype, because Elizabeth is working on a pilot program for universal basic income in Oakland, California. Elizabeth, can you talk about these programs a little bit and tell us sort of how they've worked historically and what people are learning from that? So people are getting behind this in a pretty substantial way, but it's not unanimous that UBI is something that is a road that should necessarily go down. Cade, you've talked a lot about how there's a strong opposition to UBI.
Right. I think it's worth saying, again, I'm playing the politician here, I suppose, but it's worth saying that Elizabeth is testing this out, right?
Yeah.
And it's worth testing this out. But in order to really implement this, you need a tremendous amount of money. The economy has to be able to support it. The progress in AI and automation has to be at the level where you can fund this, and it's not clear that's going to happen. Many economists question whether or not, in the long run, this will actually hurt the economy. And it will not encourage people to feed the economy in the way we need to feed them.
What are the reasons they're citing?
Well, John and I were talking about, before the panel. If you're given a UBI, to simplify it, you have two options. You can play video games, or you can sit around and say, well, how can I feed the economy? What is my next project? In one sense, you could argue it gives you the time that you need to plan your next move. In another respect, it gives you time to do nothing. Which way will people go is an open question. And so many economists believe it's the wrong thing to do because it will slow down the economy.
So what would they suggest in its place?
Well, there are many options, but the primary message, and this was the message of the Obama administration in December. A month before Obama left office, his Council on Economic Affairs released a report on AI and the economy, and their recommendation was not to implement a UBI, but to instead focus on education and job training. Right? Ultimately, the way you feed that economy is you educate your workers in new ways of making money for themselves, in new jobs.
So education is a really important aspect of this, and nobody's going to argue that education isn't something that government should focus on, right? But the problem with education is that it's incredibly politically vulnerable because it's an expensive program, and the effects of it aren't felt for decades, potentially. How do you get around that? And doesn't that make UBI sort of tempting because it's a program you could potentially enact in tandem with education?
You could, and I think it's worth exploring all these things. I mean, just because education is not politically the best option doesn't mean you should ignore it. And that's part of the tension we have now in the U.S. is that the government's policies aren't necessarily in line with what's happening, right? And you've got to try to align those in some way.
I'd like to think of this in a slightly different way. I don't know whether UBI is the right solution or not, but as government officials around the world and here are thinking about this, they need to realize that there's going to be a short-term challenge, there's going to be a long-term challenge.
Yeah.
If you think about the long-term challenge, then absolutely education can and will help, right? If people lose jobs, you need to train them and you need to help them build a prospect of economic freedom. But in the short term, when the velocity of adoption of potentially disruptive technologies, like the one we discussed with the trucking segment, for instance, there could be years, could be 5 years, could be 10 years, in which you don't see the fruits of your investment in education just yet, but political unrest can grow quite a bit. There is a very important economist, French economist named Piketty, who famously connected in a mathematical formula the likelihood for social unrest with the returns on capital versus the returns on labor. And historically, he has shown how the likelihood of a revolution or a war is statistically correlated with these two factors. And it happens to be the case that in the Western world, in the US in particular, inequality is on the rise, and some would argue Trump's election is an indication of some of this social unrest that is rising. And so there is a real concern or a real blind spot that regulators should address in the next 4 to 8 years so that we can smooth sail this transition until education and its fruits actually outweigh the challenges that autonomous vehicles and robotics introduced.
So building on that, I have a question for Elizabeth, which is, does a UBI actually address the problem of income inequality? Because isn't it something that's stigmatized to the point where you could actually, it might actually in some ways, if you're taking advantage of UBI, be seen as a, I mean, couldn't that have a negative impact on your social standing? Thank you. We're running out of time, so we had all sort of agreed before this was over that, taking into account the audience that we were speaking with, a lot of governmental people, each of our panelists was going to give a piece of sort of context, or if you want to call it advice, about things to think about going forward with UBI and AI. And after that, we'll take a couple of questions. So do you want to start, Cade?
Sure. There are a couple things I think about here. One is that as many people will tell you that they are sure they know what's going to happen with this, the reality is we don't know. There's no precedent for this. We've had precedent for immense technological change, but this is different. And it's unclear how it's going to play out, how many jobs it's going to create versus how many jobs it's going to eliminate. And so I think it is very much a balancing act. I think that one thing that people can agree on in the AI field, and people who know this, is that one thing we don't want to do is try to regulate AI in any one particular sphere. Like, part of the worry in the US is that AI, because of these fears, will be regulated. And the result of that is that it just continues to progress in other parts of the world. The production you talked about continues to go up in other parts of the world, and it goes down in the US. Or whoever else tries to regulate it. That's a real worry at this point to a lot of people in the industry, at least in America.
I think Kate is spot on. You could call it technological protectionism, and that's the thing you want to avoid. And unfortunately, in my opinion, the current administration has demonstrated that they are quite protectionist when it comes to global trade, immigration, etc. And we certainly hope that they wouldn't phase that approach also to AI. One thing that I would add for policymakers is, we talk about hard facts, we talk about numbers, we talk about dollars, but we need to have empathy, right? These are real people that we talk about. These are children, families, and you need to give people a sense that they can control their destiny, and you need to give people hope. And in order to provide stabilization, which is in everyone's interest for the economy, you need to give people this inspiration. And so education, in my opinion, is something that every government around the world should invest in as a long-term remedy for the concerns around AI.
Thanks. And Elizabeth, you're up. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth. And thank you, everybody. I'm sorry we don't actually have time for questions. We're running a really tight schedule here, but we'll be hanging out in front if you want to talk to us. Really appreciate your attention and your time and for having us all here at this really amazing event. Thank you very much.
عندما تلتقي بالناس في دائرتك أو مؤسستك فاعلم أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وراحتهم. نحن سلطة لخدمة الناس ولسنا سلطة عليهم.
الفيديو عندكم خلاص؟ عامر
the government is to create the enabling environment, the right conditions to give the people the opportunity to choose to be happy.
What actually makes individual lives happy? What makes people thrive?
The happiness of our people is prioritized as a public good.
Paying more attention to happiness should be a component of our efforts to achieve both human and sustainable development.
عندما تلتقي بالناس في دائرتك أو مؤسستك فاعلم أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وراحتهم. نحن سلطة لخدمة الناس ولسنا سلطة عليهم.
of the government is to create the enabling environment, the right conditions to give the people the opportunity to choose to be happy.
What actually makes individual lives happy? What makes people thrive?
The happiness of our people is prioritized as a public good.
Paying more attention to happiness should be a component of our efforts to achieve both human and sustainable development.
half-hour discussion on inclusiveness in the digital world. First, let me congratulate this fifth government summit has now evolved into the World Government Summit, which is a great pleasure to see and watch its evolution. I was thinking about the traits of the World Government Summit and the work by the Prime Minister's office to advance the agenda, and three traits came to mind. Deep, agile, with critical thinking. I think that's where we are today in 2017 with regards to the summit, and it's the same for our next speaker, who is a familiar face here in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi, and in fact throughout the Middle East and North Africa with the work that he's doing. I think what has evolved over the last 12 months is a critical thinking and a look back of what's happened over the last 25 or 27 years. I was fortunate enough to cover the fall of the Berlin Wall, the tumbling of communism the next 2 years, the lowering of trade barriers, the creation of the World Trade Organization, clashing, if you will, with the digital revolution. And I think now that we've had almost a quarter century to look back, we realize what that change has meant. It's a critical window between 1990 and 1995, which I think is a fair assessment to say that it's had a great impact on the European Union and the United States and some of the other developed economies of the world because of the dislocation, the competition that was introduced with the fall of communism, the lowering of trade barriers, and again, the digitization of the world economy. So how do we make the digital world more inclusive? That's the center of the discussion for our guest. Let's give him a warm welcome. He's going to go 20 minutes, and if all goes to script, we'll have 10 minutes for Q&A on those forces that I was talking about. John Chambers is the executive chairman of Cisco Systems. Let's give him a warm welcome.
And John, thank you very much.
He even runs on stage.
Always. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you today in a country that I believe will be the model for the rest of the world on the transitions that are in front of us. A transition that literally there is no entitlement to, that gives an opportunity for countries or companies or citizens that may not have been impacted over the last several decades in a positive way to participate in a very exciting future. If you agree with everything I say today, I will have failed miserably. My goal is to challenge you in terms of what's possible. And the real message is this is going to occur with the speed that is going to be very exciting for us all. Cisco has been focused on this for over a decade. But even 3 years ago, I had to buy somebody dinner to even talk to them about what digitization means. And today, I think we all understand the implications. 40% of companies around the world, whether you're in Europe, Middle East, Asia Pacific, will not exist in 10 years. There'll be a period of disruption where companies who do not reinvent themselves, and the same thing is true of countries or cities, will get left behind. On the other hand, I'm clearly the optimist in terms of what this means for the future. The economic benefit of $19 trillion, real GDP growth of every major economy in the world, incrementally of 1 to 3%, a job creation industry that if we retrain our workforce and train our young people, which really will change the standard of living for everyone in the world. What you're seeing is an understanding, and it isn't about artificial intelligence or clouds, or the number of devices that we connect, going from 1,000 devices when Cisco was founded in 1984 to 12 million in 1992, to 17 billion today, to 500 billion in a decade. It's about how do you capture all that data and get the right information at the right time to the right person or machine to make the right decision for entertainment, for healthcare, for job creation, customer services, etc. It's always easy to talk about why this will be so successful, and I believe that it will. But the common reasons when I talk to organizations around the world, be they the large governments in India or in France, or be it the automotive industry around the world, is that what will get them into trouble, and true as Cisco as well if we don't change, is you miss a market transition. This digitization impact will have 3 to 5 times the economic and job creation opportunity of the internet to date. But the key challenges are often we fall into the trap of just doing the right thing too long. Training like we were in business school, where you just increase things by 3 to 5%. failing to reinvent, especially at the very top of an organization, not putting the right resources on it and applying them in an effective way as before, and thinking linearly, not exponentially. If you look at what this really means to the future, you need to envision thinking like those of you who have teenage kids. Think multiprocessing, same concepts at a very fast pace. Think exponentially like a startup. I spend 25% of my time with startups today, and I'll spend this evening with 8 of the top startups out of UAE. The reason is they think differently. They understand what's possible. They don't think in small steps. They think, really imagine what's possible, and then without fear, go for it. And that's what the future's really about. I had the honor to lead Cisco for 20 years. All of our competitors from 15 to 20 years ago are gone. From 10 to 15 years ago, great companies, Nortel, Lucent, Alcatel, et cetera, a shadow of what they were before. But this change will actually be faster than what we've seen over the last 2 decades. And I believe the reasons that we were successful were just 3 simple ones. We focused entirely on getting market transitions right. We were 100% driven by our customers, our citizens, if you will. And we combined products not for technology's sake, but to accomplish business outcomes and architectures. Innovation process, and this is one of the many things that I like about what's occurring in the UAE, and you see it in other countries around the world. You see a replicatable process. We've acquired 180 companies under my reign. At Cisco, Chuck's acquired another 17. We are the model for how to do this in our industry, but we think out of box to where we can decide to acquire a company on a Thursday night that we know nothing about for $3.2 billion, and we get it through both board of directors in 2 days and announce on a Monday. The ability to have that replicatable process in terms of as you do, whether it's job creation, whether it's innovation, whether it's the smart cities, is so important to the future. And the ability to have the courage to make changes. I was honored to be part of the first internet era, where Cisco literally is the backbone that connects 90% of the internet even today. But I was invited to be the guest speaker at the White House with President Clinton and Vice President Gore. I'd been in the job for like 1 year. I was scared to death. And we were talking about the information era. But what President Clinton got that many people did not understand is the effect it would have on the economy. 34% growth in the next 8 years. Job creation, 22.5 million jobs. Real per capita average household income increase of 24%. And he put it in business terms. Nobody really believed that was possible. But what you saw was that change occur. When you talk today with people like Prime Minister Modi, where we are aligning with him across the board in terms of a digital India, he has to create 1.2 million jobs a month to stay ahead of the employment opportunities. And rather than viewing this as a negative and a challenge, he believes he can truly grow the per capita income of the people in India and double it at a minimum every 10 years, and every 6 to 7 years is very much within his grasp. And he will do this across his major states and put them into competition. But he will also basically do this for entitlement of every person of the 1.3 billion people in his country. Why am I so excited about that? Because if it can be done with 1.3 billion people with a great leader, and if it can be done here in UAE with a great leader, then you begin to see your role models that can truly transform society and make a difference. How many of you think France is a great place to do business? If you were starting a new company or about to invest, would you invest in France? Every leader in the world would say that would be the last country. Yet 2.5 years ago, they made a fundamental change. They decided they were going to be a great place to do business, a great place for startups. They were going to transform their country. In the last year, France was the #1 country for startups in terms of venture capital investment in Europe. The point that I'm making is the opportunities are almost unlimited as you begin to combine this information in ways that will extend our average life of each one of us in this room by 5 to 10 years. That gives our children a chance to achieve things that we never would have had the chance to before. But it also means you have to change, and you have to think about how you do things differently. 95% of the companies in the world their CEOs believe they've got to have a digital plan. But only 25% of them believe they have a digital plan that's going to work. And so what you're seeing is the chance for leadership to take off and really differentiate, a chance to really make a difference. The economic benefit of an incremental 1 to 3 points of GDP growth, and Prime Minister Modi believes it will be 2 to 4% incremental, the opportunities to leapfrog other countries, the opportunities, and I'm the optimist in the Middle East. I do not think there's been a better chance for peace in the Middle East than there is right now. Because of the opportunities to have role models like UAE, or the changes that are taken in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, or in Qatar, or in Jordan, where you suddenly are able to say, by creation of new jobs, new startups, innovation, there can be role models where this part of the world should lead in the next decade or two. And I believe that the opportunity is very much there to do so. But it takes courage. Your leader in the UAE, they clearly understand the economic impact. You understand the GDP, but it's incrementally, conservatively, $12.5 billion over the next 3 years. The ability to transform businesses where the UAE becomes a startup capital of the Middle East and then a role model for the rest of the Middle East and for the world. The ability to realize that the challenges to becoming digital are first cultural. The most successful are the slowest to change. It starts with the leader being willing to reinvent themselves. It starts with taking the right resources and applying those, whether you're in the military side of the house, the private sector, or the government, to making this transformation rather than being focused on the short term, doing the things we've done in the past. And it requires the courage to fail. Because when you take the risk, Cisco's acquired, as I said, 187 companies, knowing that 1 out of 3 would fail. And as we teach our children, you're more a product of your mistakes made than your successes. But you have to have a culture that embraces that and is willing to have the courage to change. When you look around the world and you see that myself and other leaders talk about the future of technology, you notice I don't talk about routers and switches, although I love those, or artificial intelligence, or the Internet of Things, or robotics, or digitization, or drones. I talk about the economic results to a country, to the citizens of the country, to the businesses, to the startup, and to the young people. And if you were to use an example of India, think about the numbers I shared with you earlier. I've met every government leader in the world, almost without exception, multiple times. Prime Minister Modi might have the best vision in the world of what's possible. A realization of economic growth of high single digits, maybe even low double digits. A realization to achieve that, he puts Rajasthan, a state with 70 million people, in competition with Gujarat, in competition with Andhra Pradesh. And each of those states actually believes with 40 to 70 million people, they can grow their GDP in double digits and double their per capita income every 6, 7, or 8 years. And they bring that across the state with risk-taking, and they literally balance what is possible as a country. They know that security must develop all this. Security can't be an afterthought. It has to be integrally tied, because you can literally not only turn off the lights of a country, you can shut down the healthcare system, the businesses, et cetera. So you have to tie security across it. And what you see in India, where we formed a very, very tight relationship with Prime Minister Modi. I have the opportunity to meet with him 4 to 5 times a year. When he came to the US, I spent about 8 hours with him the day before. He outlines a vision that he owns and then motivates his teams to execute off of that vision with an ecosystem that is a win-win for his country, but also a model that, very frankly, if India can do it with 1.3 billion people, tell me why the US is the only country in the world that does not have a digital plan. And you begin to see the economic results. You can see when leadership leads by example. France, as I alluded to earlier, the scorecard, when I go through with President Hollande how we're doing in France, is very, very tight. It is purely about incremental GDP growth. It is creating with their business community an organization called MEDEF, much like the Chamber of Commerce, but much more powerful. 1 million jobs in the next 3 years. It is re-educating 225,000 French men and women where the jobs of the future will be in partnership with the education system in France. And the courage to pilot rethinking how they do K through 12 education, where we begin to get young people and gender-neutral approach to diversity, excited about business and technology. And it's important kids know how to program, but it's more important they know how to use their smartphone to get access to any application which helps them in their entertainment or do their lives better. The courage to create a new systems of startups and put the financial resources behind it. And the ability to think out of the box for the future. That is what I see in the UAE. I see the opportunity, if you look at your plans and your vision for 2021, what is really possible. I look at the opportunities for how this government can transform. I believe, however, no government in the world can do it by themselves. I believe there has to be partnerships and a courage to really change the world together. I'm in the Middle East, perhaps for a dream that some people consider impossible. It's economically important to me, but it's a relatively small part of our $50 billion of business a year. I see countries transforming that can be the example for the rest of the Middle East, and not only bring peace to the Middle East, but can be an economic example for the rest of the world. Those market inflection points only occur a couple times in life. And if you watch Cisco, our ability to call those market inflection points, whether it's in the 90s with the internet era, whether it's in 2007, there's a financial problem coming at us, pay attention, and it showed up in 2008, or the ability to say what digitization does is can transform every citizen in the world, but only with the right leadership. The ability to think about giving back. It's what I enjoyed most about the opening evening. The conversation about how UAE could be an example for the rest of the world and the rest of the Middle East. I've always believed the most successful in life owe an obligation to give back. I know every illness of every employee in Cisco that is life-threatening for the employee, their spouse, their children, and we are with them every moment. And I've made 2 phone calls today on it alone. We've won every corporate social responsibility award there is in the world, almost without exception. And interestingly enough, wherever we're #1 in giving back in corporate social responsibility, we're #1 in market share. It's good for business, and it's the right thing to do. So when you outline 2017 for UAE being the year of giving back, it's something that I not only agree with, I think it can change the Middle East. I believe there's an inflection point in front of us that can really make a difference. And the reason I'm spending so much time with the startups is very candidly, that's where all job creation will occur. Large companies around the world over the next decade will shed jobs, without exception. Part of it is digitization, part of it is their business models will come under pressure. If you do not create an environment where the young people in your region have an economic future, if you don't create an environment that has a startup mentality dramatically different than we've seen in the past, and thinking like kids in terms of exponential, you won't be able to do the job employment that is needed for the future. When you look at the top tech trends, and everybody might word it differently, here's what one major publication believed they would be for 2017. The Internet of Things, completely agree. Huge impact as you move to 500 billion devices connected. But the connectivity isn't the important thing. It's getting that right information at the right time to change people's lives, their employment, or their health. It also is about thinking the physical and virtual come completely together, and how you bring these together in a very secure environment. When many people talk about it, they talk about technology. And I love technology, make no mistake about it. But the hardest thing on digitization isn't the technology. That we'll learn how to do. It's how do we have the courage to change organization structures of business and governments. It's how do we have the courage to realize that 60% of the people in the world do not trust their government. And in this country, you have in the top 2 most trusted countries in the world by your citizens. It's how can you be a role model for the rest of the Middle East in this economic transition, which will come in front of us. And when I stood up in France 2.5 years ago with the president of France, on stage with their Secretary of Defense and talked about connected soldiers of the future. When we talked about economically what was possible to become a startup nation, many people said it was a stretch too far. We have lots of weaknesses at Cisco, and make no mistake about it, I'm far from a perfect leader. But what we do right is we get market transitions. We dream what is possible, and we have the courage to take them. We are willing to bet our reputation, our risk, again and again on getting the transitions right, because the reward here in terms of innovation is there. But it requires courage of everyone in this room to change. It requires also realizing there'll be setbacks and challenges along the way. But I think the Middle East actually can lead in the future. I think UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and others can be the example for the future. I think it can be a model that raises the income of every person in this region and creates large middle classes across the entire region. Is it a stretch too far? I don't think so. How many of you believe it's possible, really, to dream? You have a leader who does, and we'd be honored to be your partner in this transition. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
John, how you doing?
Good. Please.
Thank you.
You covered a lot there, and you actually gave me an extra minute, so I have to thank you for that.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid's speech here, because he talked about Arab revitalization.
Yes.
I know you travel the region at a very rapid pace. In fact, you'll continue this journey after the visit to Dubai. We have some of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world at 27%, and I've been involved in the region for better than 20 years.
Yes.
Alarm bells started going off in 2003 about youth unemployment, but the birth rates are high and the job creation is relatively flat. Now, how do we start making a dent in the connection to the digital world to create jobs and actually not replace jobs? What's the realistic mandate here?
Well, I want to be very upfront. Certain jobs will be displaced. So you've got to create dramatically more jobs, including being able to displace those in new jobs. You have to have the courage that you've got to really outline a vision for a country, and you've got to have your role models who break away. You have to give the young people a chance that they have an economic future. And let's not talk about the Middle East, let's talk about America. I'm from West Virginia. I lived in Ohio. I've lived in Illinois. I know what it's like when people do not believe they have an economic future, where for the first time in our history, our children do not believe they're going to be as well off as their parents, and we think their children will not as much either. So it's the ability to outline a vision of what's possible, and then to have the courage to make the moves to achieve that. And before people around the room say that's not possible, if Prime Minister Modi can do it with 1.3 billion people, and he is doing it, and you can do it here in the UAE, I would argue the reverse. But we've got to retrain a workforce. We've got to get a startup engine that isn't just 8 wonderful companies when I talked to this evening, which, by the way, are probably, based on my write-ups, better than the 8 I talked to halfway around the world just a week ago. But how do you do it on a different scale? And then how do you have the courage for those that have been successful to help the others who may not have been successful and move with a common approach? But when I look, I really see that window open. And I'm the most optimistic I've been about Saudi Arabia in my lifetime. I'm the most optimistic about what could happen in Egypt, what could happen in Jordan with King Abdullah, or in Qatar with the leadership. So I think you do see a region that is not only potential to change, but I think can return to its prior leadership. And that's why the leader here in his opening nights really inspired me about it isn't about catching up, it's about leapfrogging for the future. But you have to create the startups, you have to create a small business engine, you have to use Expo 2020 to really leverage the innovation engine for this country, much like Britain did under Cameron for the Olympics, and much like China did in terms of their Expo about 8 years ago in terms of a new citizenry in China in different cities.
Good. One thing that stood out from your presentation amongst the digital talk is that you think that peace in the Middle East is possible.
Oh, I absolutely do.
Okay, let's connect that to economic opportunity and why you think there's a political opportunity at this juncture. You say opportunity emerges from almost crisis at different times. Why, John?
Well, it does. I think very often when people talk about motivation, it's easier to get motivated when there's a severe challenge in front of us. And you'd actually wish it was the other way. You'd like to see people take the risk when there isn't a crisis coming. But I think there's an opportunity here that is tremendously exciting. It's not out of the realm to say not only could we reduce that unemployment to single digits, that you could look at the citizens in this region and begin to think about how they double their income at least every 10 years. It's an opportunity to say, now that you have a market transition, and this couldn't have been done 4 or 5 years ago, let me be very candid. You were 4 or 5 years ago, you were not where the power of digitization could really have the economic benefit that it does today. So you have to catch this market transition right. And it's one that you either disrupt or you will be disrupted, and the leadership can occur. But that's why I'm optimistic here. It's also what I hear from the government and the citizens. And when you talk, you can sense that. And you look at Dubai, I mean, you walk down the streets, you know, it's a place that if I just listen to the conversation, I'm gonna think I'm in the middle of Silicon Valley or London. It's a wonderful, wonderful country.
Yeah, I noticed that Sheikh Mohammed, though, he said, here is the model we have. We're willing to export it, but he doesn't want to imprint it on other people. How do we make sure the larger economies of the region, I know even in Jordan, which is not a large population, but in Egypt, it's a huge challenge, not as big a challenge as it is in India.
Yes.
How do you turn the tables here to make it work?
Well, I think we'll talk later today, so I haven't had a chance to share the views on this, but I would anticipate that if you take a plan and you give it to somebody else, it's not their plan, their ownership. So when I talk about digitizing a country with each of the leaders that I talked about, and I've talked to all of them in the world, whether it's Abe in Japan or other Merkel in Germany, it's about being their plan for their country. You can't impose your views on others. You outline what's possible and you point to roles that have worked, you share best practices, and you let each country prioritize those listings in terms of what is most appropriate. I didn't think that Modi would make manufacturing his #1 priority, but the minute he did, I did. And we were his partner in Make in India. And security has become a key element.
It sounds like a simple concept, but it makes a lot of sense.
Well, that's where I think in the opening comments, the leader here nailed it. You've got to have role models, but then you've got to have each country's leadership buy into it. And then they've got to empower the groups and point operational leaders to own it and have the courage to fail along the way. But I think if you capture the imagination of the citizens and say, here's what's possible, regardless of your form of politics, then I think you can change a region and the world.
Good. I want to bring up the French example. I've had a chance.
It was shocking, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is.
When I originally heard it, that my friends in France said, John, we're really changing. It's a great place to do business. We want you to come over. And I said, great place for tourism, great place to visit. For business, unlikely. And I was shocked. It was the startup community and enlightened government leaders who got it.
Well, you're absolutely right. But again, we have this disconnect on the threat of nationalism and populism and Marine Le Pen, knocking on the door to go into Élysée Palace. I mean, where is the disconnect in society? If you say the SME culture has taken off, and it has,
yes.
There's a really talented group of business leaders rising. The education system is fantastic, but then you hit the brake. What's the problem?
Well, I'm not so sure that France is going to hit the brake. And you've got to remember, it was just 2.5 years ago when they made these changes. And only this last year did they lead in startups. And startups, from the time they start till they really get the employment going, is a 3 to 5 year process. And so if you watch and you talk to Macron, who is one of the other candidates for president, and I would not count him out, right. You're seeing a understanding of changing. So I actually think regardless of which of the 4 frontrunners wins, you will see a digital France in the future. And I've talked to each of the political parties and each of the mayors, whether it's in Nice or whether it's in Paris. Regardless of their form of government, they're beginning to realize, or their party, this is something for their future. And their young people have got it. I had the chance after the Air France challenge where the workers tore off the shirts off of management. And the national radio called and said, John, we want to talk to you about what you're going to announce tomorrow. And I tried to pass. They said, we're going to announce it for you unless you came on. And I did. But what we outlined and why I believe so strongly in this country is the courage to change. And I said, you can say France's future is what you saw with the incident, or France's future is about a digital France inclusive of all and a willingness to change. And much like I did here today with the economic minister Macron in front of about 400 press, I asked how many of you in France believe that you can really make it happen? Because the press can place such a view on getting people to understand it. And I would have been ecstatic, John, if 10% of the room raised their hand. How much do you think raised their hand?
Probably 0.
80% of the
80
press
did.
got
Okay, I'm glad
it.
to hear that.
So I think this is one that I think we underestimate sometimes, that our citizens get it. And it's a chance to really lead or get left behind. And I think where you have a culture that is willing to lead and then empower others, I think it's the best of all worlds.
Good. What's failed in the United States in this 25 years of globalization that Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania,
West Virginia.
West Virginia. In fact, I mean, I'm from California, so it's a completely different game.
Well, I think in California and New York, we were out of touch with the rest of the nation. I think both political parties quit listening. If you watch what Sheikh Mohammed does here, he literally, your leader, takes phone calls from anyone.
Sure. Well,
He
the
listens all
Majlis
the
system
time.
also, the door's
and
open.
so both parties let it down, and that's where you have, if you don't see an economic future, then you're willing to take risks that others do not.
Is
But
that
the
a-
other
sorry,
thing,
John, because we only have a minute. Is that a training failure? Is that an education failure?
No, I
Literally
think
in
it's
rural
a
America?
failure of leadership.
Huh.
It's a failure of leadership to outline a vision for our country that really is inclusive of all the citizens. And just keep doing the right thing a little bit better. And both political parties saying that they would solve this again and again, election after election. So I think when that happens, that's where you see somebody from the outside come in and say, the citizens are saying, I'm willing to take a risk. So I actually view it as a healthy phenomenon that if government doesn't listen, then the citizens say, I want to change. But I don't think there's a better example than UAE about the government listening here and being so trusted. And I think we have to get that back in America. But it starts at the top with a leader who buys into it. She or he then appoints the right team to make it happen. They have the courage to set audacious, aggressive goals and then drive those goals through, knowing that there's going to be failures along the way and courage along the way. But it's an opportunity that exists only once in a lifetime for a leader. I hope our leader in the U.S. reaches out and grabs that.
Great. It's always a pleasure.
John,
nice
it's a
round
pleasure
of applause
also.
for John Chambers, the executive chairman of Cisco Systems.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، الآن حوار خاص مع ريد هوفمان مؤسس شركة لينكد إن. والمحاور هو فريد كوفمان مؤلف وخبير في مجال القيادة. Ladies and gentlemen, a one-on-one with Fried Hoffman, the founder and executive chairman of LinkedIn, moderated by Fred Kaufman, an author. Please welcome them.
So, Reid, why are you here?
Well, one of the things that I think has been a growing truth about the kind of businesses that we build in Silicon Valley is that we build these platforms which shape how work happens, like LinkedIn, or life in terms of communications or kind of coexistence, like Facebook. And the interesting parallels that it's made me think about is one of the things to learn from is government. And so a World Government Summit, because the questions around how is it that you provide a platform for many different people, millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, to interact with each other, to have the right kind of collaborative and harmonious collaboration. This is a problem that good governments have been working to solve and creating those kinds of platforms. And so I thought this summit was an excellent way to start learning more about this, and then kind of seeing what the map is between that and the kinds of businesses that we're building in Silicon Valley.
So the businesses can learn from governments how to create platforms. What do you think business, and particularly the high-tech business, can contribute to governments?
So part of the thing that's interesting about these, if you look at LinkedIn, you look at Airbnb, you look at Facebook, Microsoft, eBay, all of these companies, is that they create these software ecosystems, software human ecosystems, by which people find each other, that they interact, that they build businesses, that they transact, that they collaborate, that they communicate, they share and exchange. And part of what we can do is we have is almost like a multiple flexible circumstances by which we try things, and we see what they work, and then we have an ability to do that kind of testing and iteration, and then generate new principles that can guide what we do. And so, like for example, one of the things that comes out of these modern technological systems is the fact that something that government's known for a long time, but what are the ways in which we express real identity? But then, for example, when you say, all right, so government's known that, that's one of the things that the internet's learned to build these ecosystems, but then, okay, what attributes go into those identities? How do you create profiles? How can those profiles guide the creation of entrepreneurship or business? And those are things where the businesses, like LinkedIn, then take it a step further, and so there's learning from both sides.
So what's the biggest gap that you would see between business and government today along those dimensions? Like, where does business lead the way that governments can learn from?
Well, so I think one of the key things that's actually, in fact, one of the good patterns of what happens when you have a network, like of a number of different startups, a venture capital, a portfolio, is to actually take risk. One of the things that the vast majority of governments tend to have a natural play because there's a group and a committee, and there's penalties for taking risk, and there's challenges for that, is that they tend to want certain plans. But big jumps, big evolution in terms of trying something really new usually involves some form of risk. And so what you want to actually do is you want to navigate your strategy as opposed to having kind of like an industrial strategy, or what we in the programming world would call a waterfall methodology, where you say every one of these things is in a linear, like dominoes, is in a linear procedure. You want to have more of a portfolio approach, more of a venture capital approach, where you invest in a number of things, where you presume that some of those things, and they're seed or Series A investments, those are parallels from those are terms from the venture world, and that you try them, and that the ones that work or are beginning to work, you double down on, you go to a Series A, a Series B in terms of financing, and the other ones you close down, and that's an okay thing. That risk, taken intelligently, is what allows you to create something that's seriously interesting. And I haven't seen very much yet in government thinking about a risk portfolio as a way of doing evolution.
Well, paradoxically, the way to encourage people to take risks is to reduce the cost of failure. So in a sense, you need a culture that appreciates failure, not as something desirable, but as something that at least not punished, and certainly forgiven and enabled to continue. How do you see the difference between that in Silicon Valley and maybe even in older businesses, and certainly in government?
So one of the funny paradoxes that I sometimes see people who come to Silicon Valley say Silicon Valley celebrates failure. We don't actually celebrate failure. We celebrate learning, and we understand that failure is actually a path to learning. So when, for example, I'm meeting with an entrepreneur who has had a previous startup that has failed, my question isn't like, why did it fail? It's what did you learn from it? Because if they learn something interesting, they're now a better bet in terms of the next investment. And so what you need to do is you need to kind of create a culture by which you're saying, we're celebrating learning. We expect that there will be, for people who are really trying to do big things and trying to learn, that there will be failures along the path. And those failures actually give you an opportunity to see, does this person learn? Do they try better the next time? And that you want a structured, enable part of doing that. And it's not just kind of a slogan or a statement, because people tend to frequently track this as something they say, well, we appreciate failure and we want learning. Well, it has to be built into the ways that you have performance management, or the ways that you have the suggestions of, which opportunities you're giving people. You actually give good opportunities to people who've tried something and have learned from it. And the way that we do that in Silicon Valley is that essentially you can, it's actually expected that you try to start up, didn't work, you reform another startup, you come and pitch venture capitalists again, and those venture capitalists may actually, in fact, fund your next startup because you've learned from the first one, and that's actually a good thing. And so you can see parallels both within large company management and also government.
Well, you're an investor, and you can see a lot of the different companies, but you also have been an entrepreneur very like with LinkedIn. How did you create this culture of permission to fail within the company, not just enabling in the ecosystem, but in your own company? How did you do that?
So part of it is that by being an entrepreneur myself, what I did is I created kind of zones where I said, look, if you're not, like for example, in the feedback that I was giving people, if you're not identifying the risk you're taking, saying this is a risk I'm taking in order to accomplish this thing, then I judge you to not be doing as well as you could be, right? So you're actually proactively identifying it. It's not give me a certain plan, it's give me a big, bold plan, identify the risks, tell me what you're doing to kind of control the risks, and then how you're measuring it as you're going, and that you're correcting reasonably early. And then what happened is people would look around and they would see that actually, in fact, people would take risks, sometimes it'd fail, and they wouldn't then be demoted, they wouldn't be passed over for promotion. Actually, in fact, some folks, like one of the ones David Hahn, who is also in my most recent book, The Alliance, actually, in fact, got promoted from some of the risks that he took that actually didn't work, but the way that he took them, the fact that he was very smart about it, the fact that he adjusted and measured and learned was actually, in fact, part of the thing that then other people looked, oh, that's how we play the game here. And so then we can do that too. It's actually an okay thing to do. Now, it doesn't mean that taking dumb risks is okay, and that's part of the reason why you identify the risks, you identify how you're measuring them, you're communicating if your measurements are turning bad as you're going, and you're communicating with look, I still think we should play this through, or I think we should adjust because I'm being intelligent about how I take the risks.
Yes. Well, there's a theory of schizophrenia that says you put people in a double bind, you drive them crazy. And there's a way in which organizations can put people in a double bind by saying, take risks, but don't fail.
Yes.
And that drives people crazy, because on the one hand, you're telling them, accept the probability of failure, but then when the actuality of failure happens, they punish people.
Yes.
So how do you communicate? How can larger organizations, because you started LinkedIn,
yes,
very small, and then it grew large. How did you preserve that culture of intelligent risk-taking as your organization grew to be fairly large?
Well, the schizophrenia that you refer to in organizations is people frequently will then identify risks and say, look, it's a risk, but it's not really a risk. And so they'll do the marketing of it, but not really actually take the risk. They'll say, oh, this is the risk, but I've actually already solved it before I brought it forward as a plan. And you have to call people on that. You have to have a discussion like intelligence, and you also have to model it as a leader, right? So, for example, when I articulate a strategy, I don't articulate a strategy that says, oh, this is guaranteed to work. Like, actually, in fact, I think everything that's a good strategy actually has some good risk to it, or maybe almost everything. Sometimes it's, you're in such a lucky position, it's just like rolling a ball downhill, and you're, okay, great. In those few circumstances, that's fine. Your strategy is, I'm just going to follow the ball as it rolls downhill, and that's my organizational strategy. But real strategies actually, in fact, take some risk, and so I articulate them saying, look, here's our hypotheses, here's the risks that we're taking, here's how we're measuring them, and people see me doing that as well, where I would sometimes say, look, I called this, I called it wrong, we're readjusting, here's what we're doing, and people see that, you model that as a leader, then they're more comfortable doing it themselves as well.
So I'd like to ask you now, for a story of one of your biggest failures, what did you think first? How did you fail? And what did you learn?
So it's, let's see, well, there's so many failures, it's hard to know which one to start with.
Pick the biggest one.
Well, it's, well, so actually, I'll take one of the ones that was one of the most instrumental. So my first startup, which was a startup called Socialite, which is a failure. I had the classic model that entrepreneurs had, which is you just build you have a good vision for the future, you have a good vision for what the product could be, and you just build that product, and then that product works out. And I had many of the similar ideas that brought LinkedIn to bear, but I was lacking one critical one, because one of the things that entrepreneurs frequently do is they say, well, I create a great product, people love it, and that's how it works. And actually, in fact, not only do you need to have a great idea for a product or a service, you need to have a great idea for how you go to market, how people will adopt it, what your competitive edge in your product distribution strategy will be, because you can build a great product and actually, in fact, people don't discover it. And that means you fail as a business. And so at my first startup, SocialNet, we thought that our distribution strategy would be partnering with magazines and newspapers, and that would be distributing this social networking platform for how people would discover each other for dating and for professional relationships and roommates and golf and activities. And so I remember we put in all this energy to build this relationship with this one newspaper. They launched it with a huge amount of promotion. In the first month, we had 5 signups, to which what I described to my team, which, because this was one of the things that I did, is I said, well, if we had just pulled out the phone book and called people at random in the Phoenix area, we would have had 100 to 1,000x more successful in the amount of time we put into it than all of this time that we put it in distribution. And so that was one of the things that made me learn that the key thing around internet startups was how to have a distribution and a go-to-market strategy, and that's part of how I now help entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. How do you turn that lesson? Because learning from experience is pretty expensive. It's much better to learn from someone else's experience. So how do you help other people learn the hard lesson without having to fail themselves?
Well, one of the things that I love to participate in is entrepreneurship organizations. So I'm on the board of one called Endeavor, which helps high-impact entrepreneurs around the world. And part of what we do is they create a network by which they select these entrepreneurs and then connect them into the global network for finding talent and customers and capital. And one of the things that actually, in fact, they're just rolling out is also this thing called the Catalyst Fund, which then helps also back the entrepreneurs. And so it's these networks of learning, of which I think Endeavor is one of the great ones in global, that essentially create entrepreneurial opportunity. And then I help those organizations.
Well, in fact, you have a theory about Silicon Valley being not just a technology place, but a business place. Can you say a little more about that?
So one of the things, when you go to Silicon Valley, one of the things they'll frequently say is we're great genius or awesome technology inventors. And the truth is, there's actually 50 to 100 places that are as good as Silicon Valley in technology invention. There's super bright people all the way around the world. There's great technical universities and facilities. There's inventiveness. The thing that actually makes Silicon Valley unique is that there's a network that focuses on technology businesses. It's the intersection of technology and business. And that intersection of technology and business is part of what creates these great scale companies that then have a transformative impact on the world. And so part of what I try to do with organizations like Endeavor and other kinds of things, the books that I'm working on writing, I'm currently working on a book on this topic. And there was a set of classes around blitzscaling, which is one of the business techniques, the intersection of technology and business that Silicon Valley uses. And those kinds of things are the ways that actually, in fact, make Silicon Valley work. And so it's at the intersection of technology and business.
Yeah, when I read your book, the blitzscaling draft, the thing that shocked me was your first statement. Silicon Valley is not about startups, it's about scale-ups. And that's another maybe idea you can develop, because most people think, oh, Silicon Valley, there are lots of startups, and they want to create ecosystems with lots of startups.
Yes.
And then they never grow, in a sense.
Yes, exactly. So the classic story, much more 20 years ago, is we have a culture that allows risk. We have technology entrepreneurs, technology companies, and venture capital. You put them in a pot, you stir it up, and then these massive companies result. And that, what I just described is now true in at least 20 places that I personally know of around the world. And yet still, Silicon Valley tends to generate a lot of these very interesting companies. And the reason is because the network of Silicon Valley actually, in fact, helps the scaling of it, the scale up of it. And that ability to build scale, or what Endeavor calls high impact entrepreneurs, which is these massive companies with a lot of jobs and a lot of work, is actually, in fact, the more fundamental technique for building these very large companies. You still need the startups. You still need that kind of technological invention. Without that, you can't do the scale up, but it's startup and scale up. And so another thing that a friend of mine started in London named Sherry Kutu was the Scale Up Institute, because I think that one of the things that we need to spread with entrepreneurship is also the understanding that the scale-ups and the scaling ability is what's key, and that that's part of what helps companies grow.
So if someone asks you, I want to create Silicon Valley in my country, like a government official that said, I want to incubate incubators, so to speak. I want to create a platform for incubators in my country. What would be your wish list?
Well, the primary thing for both startups and scale-ups is to have a good, dense network. And I'm not saying this just because, you know, I co-founded LinkedIn, although it does resemble my brain in some ways. That's one of the things about these startups. And that dense network helps you find talent, customers, capital, expertise, and it helps you do that for the invention phase when you're doing a startup, and it helps you do it for a scale-up phase. Because part of what happens when we're scaling these companies very fast, that's blitz scaling within Silicon Valley, is we very rapidly bring in additional talent. And it's not that the talent is necessarily perfectly, because each new company is itself its own unique entity, but they've seen patterns like it before. They can talk to people and they can say, well, look, how do you quadruple an organization size every year for a couple of years? And how does that organization still run reasonably effectively? And how does it go global in what it's doing? And that exchange of that knowledge and information. So for example, you know, probably the most key thing that Endeavor adds to its entrepreneurs is connectivity to the global network for knowledge, right? In addition to, of course, customers and capital and the rest.
Well, but let's say I'm a government official, and I'm asking you, Reed, what do you want from me? I mean, I want you to come and set up your business and to create this dense network in my country. What do you want? So
I think this gets back to part of the first question, which is how do you set up the platform by which that happens? Yeah. And so you need to facilitate, like for example, is it easy to start a business? Is it relatively stable? Is the ability to take that risk a rational risk? Because if I fail at it, will I be able to continue on with my career in some useful way? Whether it's starting another business or any other career path. You need to facilitate discovery so that, for example, if I'm an entrepreneur, how do I discover co-founders or talent? How do I discover customers? How do I discover capital? What is the way that that network formation happens, right? And so I tend to think incubators are people have yet to get them, I think, exactly right. I think it's more networks. And so you're saying, how do I develop and deploy those networks? So for example, when I was asked in the US, how could we help, like for example, revitalize Detroit, I was like, well, actually, in fact, let's try to get those entrepreneurs connected to other successful entrepreneurial networks within the US, like Silicon Valley, New York, and other places, so that that can help create that network initially, and then Detroit can be off to the races itself.
Okay. So I have a last question for you, which is essentially why? Like, why do you keep working? I see you go to LinkedIn 4 days a week. Why you keep investing? I mean, you can't spend the money you have. I mean, you won't be able to spend any money you make. So what's the point?
My personal mission is how do you help humanity evolve at scale? And part of that humanity evolving is how do we have better paths as individuals and better paths as a society? And so, for example, LinkedIn was part of that, because the question is how do you empower every individual to make a difference in their own personal economic life? How do they know, how do you connect them with opportunity? How do you know what to invest in, what skills, which are the kind of growth industries, and how do you connect to them? And so as one way of fulfilling this mission. But the mission isn't just economic. The mission is helping humanity. And so if I'm investing, for example, investing in Airbnb, it's kind of the question of, hosts can transform their economic life by also becoming kind of a mini Airbnb, bed and breakfast, but it also creates connectivity. So travelers can meet locals, can connect with local culture, can actually, in fact, have something that creates the mutual understanding and appreciation. And so those are the kinds of investments that I will then make. And so the way that I look at this is, however I'm spending my time, is trying to help humanity evolve.
And in the context of that, I was very touched by something you shared with me once, which is when I asked you, why did you give up your company to the management of someone else? Because that was a big decision, hiring Jeff to run your company. And I remember your answer was in line with this, so I'd love to ask you again, because a lot of founders get to the point where they have to decide, do I run my company, do I hire a professional manager? And it seems like just an economic decision, but for you it was really a spiritual decision.
No, it's, I think that the great way to run a company is to have a mission, and that we are all in service to that mission. And so, you yourself are the philosopher of this. And so part of the thing was, how does LinkedIn have the best possible impact for helping individuals transform their lives, and by doing that, help society, whether it's creating businesses, economic prosperity, mutual knowledge and understanding. And so part of what you do is you look at this, when you have this genuinely in your heart, you say, well, who are the best possible people to help realize this mission and what their roles are? And you shouldn't necessarily presume that while you're in this role right now, that that's the best role for you going forward. And so I looked at this and I said, well, one of our big challenges with LinkedIn will actually, in fact, be essentially how do we scale this whole organization? How do we create as strong or stronger a vibrant culture as we move from what was then 400 people to what is now over 10,000 people? And I said, okay, what I need is essentially a co-founder, a later stage co-founder. I think you can bring in co-founders during the history of the company, and then who is good at that, we would then be good partners together. And I wrote an essay on this on LinkedIn about how looking for a CEO is actually looking for a co-founder.
Well, I think having a mission and subordinating to the mission is not just a way to run a company, but it's a way to run a life.
Yes,
so,
I completely agree. I mean, I think one of the things that's really important to think about as you think about how you run your own life is, what's your own mission? How does that align with the mission of the people that you are allies with around you? And which job you should do is, how does your mission align with that mission of that organization? And that's part of the reason why I titled the second book The Alliance, because it was as how you ally yourself with each other, and also with the mission, the organization and the mission of that organization, because the framework basically works within mission-driven organizations.
Well, I want to thank you for coming to Dubai to fulfill your life mission of helping humanity evolve. Thank you very much for your conference.
نقدمها أيضا للدول مثلا اللي تأخذ بتجاربنا.
الاقتصاد الأخضر تقصد أنت هل تتكلم عن المنظمة ولا بتتكلم عن الاقتصاد الأخضر مبادرة اللي طلقها الشيخ محمد؟ هاي قديم، مبادرة قديمة طبعا.
لا اللي
government is to create the enabling environment, the right conditions to give the people the opportunity to choose to be happy.
What actually makes individual lives happy? What makes people thrive?
The happiness of our people is prioritized as a public good.
Paying more attention to happiness should be a component of our efforts to achieve both human and sustainable development.
In the name of Allah, the most graceful, the most merciful. Your Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Gov Techoneers Race for the year 2017. An international platform for showcasing government's most innovative technical solutions from around the world, which contributed to enhancing people's quality of life. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in recognizing those winning the race towards the future. We're going to start with the first award, ladies and gentlemen, the Best M Government Service Award. Truth must be told, running in its 4th cycle, the award received over 2,400 nominations from 62 countries. 27 made it to the finals, and only 9 winners will be rewarded this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, before we can proceed with any awards, it is my honor and our honor to invite His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum to the stage to award the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the education category. We had nominees in this category, and they are the European Union, Brazil, and Australia. The winner is Learning Potential by the Australian Government Department of Education and Training. The application helps parents to engage in their children's education process through providing tips, ideas, and articles on education, nutrition, sports, and well-being. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the health category. And the nominees in this category included the United Arab Emirates, Brazil, and Singapore. The winner is the Guardians of Health by the Ministry of Health in Brazil. The app was created for the Olympic Games of 2016 as a participatory monitoring tool to strengthen the detection of public health emergencies and outbreaks, allowing users to register their daily health status and the symptoms and provide them with statistics and health advice through fun and interactive gamification. We now move on to the social affairs category, ladies and gentlemen. We had nominees in there as well, and they were from Germany, Sweden, and India. The winner is Ankommen Arrival App by the Federal Office for Migration and Refugees in Germany. The application is designed to help refugees integrate with the society during the first weeks in Germany. The app is available in 5 languages and gives an opportunity for foreigners to adapt to Germany by providing knowledge of the language, job opportunities, information on the official procedures, and more. And now we move on to the tourism category. The nominees are Japan, the United Arab Emirates, and Russia. The winner is Visit Abu Dhabi by Abu Dhabi Tourism and Culture Authority from the UAE. The application provides an interactive guides for visitors in 10 languages, including all information on the city of Abu Dhabi. It allows users to plan itineraries, complete online booking transactions, and provides location services for hotels, malls, and touristic areas with integration of augmented reality to ensure users enjoy a top-of-the-line experience. And now to the environment category. The nominees are, they include Estonia, the United States of America, and the United Arab Emirates. The winner is ST Energia from the Estonian Energy Company. And this application is a vital tool for monitoring and managing user Altity consumption. It provides real-time data analytics on daily, weekly, and monthly energy usage and translates the information into useful statistics and graphs to help the users. And now we move on to the safety and security category. Ladies and gentlemen, the nominees are from the United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, and France. The winner is Dubai Police from the United Arab Emirates. The application offers a large number of intelligent and integrated services that serve consumers and contribute to raising the level of safety in Dubai by providing public access to instant authority contact. It contains traffic and crime reports, activity feeds, and all Dubai Police smart services. And now we move on to the trade and economy category. The nominees are the United Arab Emirates, the Sultanate of Oman, and Singapore. The winner is Vendors at Gov from the Accountant General's Department, Ministry of Finance in Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, the app provides the government vendors with smart services to enable them to manage e-invoices and payments, in addition to access all relevant interactive services. And now we move along to the transport and infrastructure category. The nominees include the United States of America, Austria, and the United Arab Emirates. The winner is the Road and Transport Authority from Dubai, the UAE. The comprehensive app includes a list of services and features designed to support the latest standards for roads and public transport users in the Emirate of Dubai, such as paying for parking, booking taxis, or paying traffic fines. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to the final category, the one-stop app. And in this category, we have 3 nominees as well, and they are from the Republic of Kazakhstan, Russia, and the United States of America. The winner is the Mobile Government of Kazakhstan. This comprehensive application provides a single platform for consumers to reach the most top 80 smart government e-services. It includes a mobile personal cabinet where a citizen can view their personal data from the national database. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the second award, the Best Government Emerging Technologies Award, which recognizes governments that are experimenting with emerging technologies and have proven implemented results of how they have created greater public view. 73 case studies representing 32 countries and 3 winning governments in this category. The winners are Estonia, e-health records using blockchain security. Securing over 1 million e-health records over blockchain-based security to protect patient records by allowing for a safe common system for the sharing and verification of electronic health records between healthcare providers. And that's that. And one more award goes to the Ministry of Transport in Singapore, Smart Transportation and Self-Driving Cars. As Singapore government granted permission for companies to test self-driving cars in a designated area of the city called One North District, and now it has started trials with passengers. And the final winner with us is the Netherlands government, Smart City Amsterdam. for their IoT Internet of Things Living Lab that provides public networks, open infrastructure and data for developers to accelerate emerging Internet of Things or IoT innovations for smart city solutions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the biggest virtual hackathon in the world using blockchain technology to build solutions for global challenges. The Blockchain Virtual GovHack, in the biggest of its kind, over 1,000 participants from 41 countries and 3 winners. Ladies and gentlemen, the nominees are Land Registry, also Project Orkin, and Health Blocks. Those are the nominees, ladies and gentlemen. As for the first winner of $100,000 goes to Project Orkin. A smart city tool road infrastructure solution enabling transparent and secure automated payments using a Tesla car on the Ethereum blockchain. And in the second place, Health Blocks. Health Blocks is a trusted, safe platform for health information exchange that provides secure health information and records transfer between patients, clinics, insurance companies, government, and healthcare providers. And ladies and gentlemen, in the third place is Land Registry. The project allows property title deeds to be stored on a government land registry, enabling asset ownership transfer from property seller to buyer, all approved via the land department. Congratulations to them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we all know what 2017 is about, the year of giving. And we have one more special award as the UAE marks 2017 as the year of giving. And this year of giving award goes to HyperGive. HyperGive is a project that allows communities to crowdfund secure digital food wallets for homeless and hungry people in their community, ensures that donations are spent on food, and gives dignity and choice to those in need. By this, ladies and gentlemen, we end the World GovTech race for this year, and we move on to one more award. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more award in store for us. We begin with it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, during this year's World Government Summit, a global challenge was organized for universities to develop concepts which could shape the future of governance. More than 120 graduate students from 13 top universities and business schools around the world competed in the Shaping Future Government's Global Universities Challenge Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the participating schools are the Harvard Business School, University of Oxford, MIT, Stanford University, University College London, HEC Paris, IESE Business School, China Europe International Business School, the Imperial College London, John F. Kennedy School of Government. There we go. London Business School, Wharton School, And last but not least, Khalifa University. Ladies and gentlemen, each university team worked on formulating an innovative vision of what the government of the future could look like. They presented their concepts in 7 minutes before a specialized high-level judging panel, which included His Excellency Taavi Rõivas, former Prime Minister of Estonia, Mr. Paul Bennett, Chief Creative Officer of IDEO, Mr. Adel Al-Yaqoubi, advisor at the UAE Prime Minister's Office, and Mr. Christopher Schroeder, author and venture capitalist. Those are the participants, ladies and gentlemen. And now, we're going to take a look at the 3 nominees of this award. The nominees are IESE Business School, we're going to try to have a look at them at the screen. And in the meantime, from the nominees as well, Stanford University. And last but not least, also from the nominees, before announcing the winner, the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. And ladies and gentlemen, in this award, there's one winner, and the winning team is Harvard Kennedy School of Government. You may please join us on the stage. One more time, congratulations to the Harvard Kennedy School. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we thank His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum for honoring us and for his never-ending support. We also extend our appreciation to all of our distinguished guests for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you next year in the World Government Summit one more time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and have a great day.